hybrid wave.
I'm waiting for the ashes, where the drinks are made of ashes. While I'm drowning on my sorrow, I'll try again tomorrow. How do I move on? How do I move on into you? Don't be saying me that I'm bringing back again. How do I go on? How do I go on into the end? Do we get I'm getting all the missing? Don't get it done to ashes. When I'm burning off tomorrow, I'll back it up and try tomorrow. How do I move on? How do I move on into you? Will you say me that I'm bringing back again? How do I go on? How do I go on into the end? Do we get California, dreaming all about the things I'm gonna be. It took some time, but it happened. The realization that I'm not special, and now I've gone and lost my sense of me. No regrets, it's another day. I could've just stayed at home, but I would waste away. No regrets, it's another day. I could've just stayed at home, but I would waste away.
Gonna be. Right, let's pause that. Hey, guys. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Hey, guys. Daniel James here. And today, I am feeling a little bit under the weather, but hopefully it's not the old Rona. I'd rather not die. I've got things to do, but how are you guys doing? Did I turn the microphone on? Did I remember the microphone? Oh, shit, I forgot the glasses. Hang on. Pretend you didn't see anything. Hey, guys. Daniel James here. So, yeah, what have you guys been up to? It's been a week. I've spent the week mostly doing Hybrid Wave. I'm up to... So what I've decided I'm going to do with that is we're going to have a Hybrid Wave EP. And an EP apparently is 4 to 6 tracks. So, and I know that some of you want me to just get on with the show, but today's show, so we're probably going to start with some Hybrid Wave review because I don't want to leave that to the end because if I start feeling worse and I have to go... I don't want to leave without seeing your tracks. So we'll probably start with that. But once we've done that, I do want to go through the Hybrid Wave album and see what the album list looks like, see what we can fix today. Hopefully write some lyrics. I was saying to the chat room before we started, I've started writing the lyrics, and it's like for some reason they're very dark. Like some of them I'm reading and looking back at myself, and I'm like, "You're right, Dan. You're right there, mate. You need to talk about something." And so we'll do some of that today. Here we go. That looks much better, much tastier. Good day, my king. So what have you guys been up to? Not a lot of chat going on today. Mind you, you were talking a second ago. Those are the best type of lyrics, man. I don't feel protected. Here we go. I'm gonna read you this line. Now it works in context, but it sounds like I want to kill myself. But lyrics be lyrics. I don't feel protected, not when I'm alone, wondering if I'll make it through the nighttime. I just don't know. Because I just want to sleep in the dream. And then there's other stuff, but that doesn't really go. That's what I got there. And that lyric, let me just show you where that lyric fits. That is actually from Hybrid Wave. So the way that the vocal on Hybrid Wave is going to work is it's going to tell like a story. It's all right. That bit without context sounds like I want to like jump off a roof. This song is about something very specific, but I'm speaking about it in metaphors, because there's certain things that you need to be very careful about just being like, this is the way things are. But yeah, so the way that lyric is going to work. So it's going to go in this rhythm. I mean, the annoying thing is my microphone is out of time with, it's just out of time with the music. So if I was to sing over it, you wouldn't hear it, but this is the rhythm. Right? So that's the thing. I don't feel protected, not when I'm alone. Wondering if I'll make it through the nighttime. I just don't know. Like, sort of like, that's the rhythm. But the way the lyrics are going to work is it's going to be like little segments. So it's not going to be so much of a lyrically. It's not going to repeat much. It's going to be more like a Hotel California. You know what I mean? It's going to tell a story through those rhythms. So you have one. And then it builds and builds, and then like big lyrics, and then it turns into robots. So it's not a normal set of lyrics. But we've also got, hang on. So we're doing something weird with this one. So do you guys remember this one from the last stream? This one was called The Rock Groove. We have like 2 sentences of lyrics for this one, but it works and it will give you the idea. So it's like a whisper. It's like that kind of thing, like a whisper. What is it? The air's intoxicating. It's filled with lust for blood. This one was about the like the protests. It was like it's about the protests and like people getting angry and smashing shit. It's like the lust for blood. That's what that line is. But anyway, the thing I've decided that I'm going to do with that, and this is probably the one I'll work on today, is I had 2 cues, right? I have 2 cues. One of them is this like rock thing, and I realized that if I play the same tempo but shuffle it, I can do it like this. So, sorry, the rhythm's going to be out of it, but like. I'll sing over it. You'll just have to kind of compensate me in your brain. I'm singing on the lyrics, right? But you'll see what the idea is. So we go. Yes, intoxicated. It's filled with lust for blood. This bit I don't know. They don't have. You know what I mean? And then he goes to that, right? But that's not the cool bit. Because what we're going to do is we're going to build it like that, right? And then it's going to stop. I did post on Twitter. Okay, so it's going to build like this, but wait till you hear the change. So you know what the vocal rhythm is now. So we introduce it in the rock section, and then we go... 2, 3, yes, intoxicated. It filled with lust for blood. Right? So we're going to jump to the shuffle, but with the same vocal rhythm. And I think that by doing that, it'll, you know what I mean? It kind of sells the shuffle. Like if you just start the song with shuffle, which is cool. Right? But if you go to it with the same vocal rhythm, we're going from like a straight fourth to a shuffle. And because you get this vibe, I mean, sing it to yourself. So on the beat, so if that's the beat, you could sing the rhythms here. This is how I think about vocal melodies, by the way. I sort of think of them like film score. I always try and think of cool ways you could sing, right? Because here's the thing, I can't sing very well, right? But I can manipulate my voice very well. So all I need to do is make whatever's going in not too shit, right? So long as it's not too shit going in. And so all I have to focus on is coming up with like a concept that works. And I feel like that will hit harder because we've got this whole, you know, this has got vibes, you know, we could deal with this vibe. It's got guitar. And then I feel like that rhythm, while slightly hip hop-ish, right? What do you think? I mean, I do like that lyric as well. The air's intoxicating. It's a good rhythm to sing because it's got lots of the air's intoxicating. You know what I mean? That's another thing, particularly when you're doing rhythmic vocals. If you can find words that have a in them, you can use, like, if you get the to land on either kicks or snares, you know what I mean? It's almost like the word intoxicating is a drum beat. It's like it's its own drum rhythm. So you end up with these sort of interlocking polyrhythmic rhythms. But anyway, so there was what we were going to do first today. Sorry, I've got a delivery of Dr. Pepper coming. This is the world I live in. It kind of reminds, I agree, it does sound Linkin Park. I agree. After I'd written it, I was like, that's got a... I think it's when the guitars come in. And the reason I think it sounds Linkin Park when the guitars come in is because the intro part sounds particularly kind of like streety hip hop. It's like urban, you know what I mean? It's like urban rock, if you're going to call it that. You know what I mean? It's just gritty. And that's something they do quite a lot. The reverby melody. But I think like that, I think that'll work. Anyway, so just to show you, I'm not going to play all the tracks in their entirety. So this will be the opening track. And then it'll go to this one, which at the minute has got Shark in the River lyrics over because you guys made me do that. But I'm going to write lyrics over it because I actually like this. This is track 2. Oh, what does that say? What do you make of the result of the Westworld contest? I just caught the stream, so I'm sorry you covered it. Not a topic. I'd like to keep up the great work. We will talk about the Westworld stuff when my drink gets here. I need a Dr. Pepper because like I say, I'm not feeling amazing today, so I need something. I need some soda to settle me. I know that sounds weird, but I practically live on this stuff, and for some reason it has quite a calming effect. So then we will go into the Spitfire discussion, the Spitfire Westworld winner discussion. Anyway, so this is track 2. We're starting evil. How do you guys feel about this, by the way? Starting weird and evil, and then slowly getting more and more pop as we get to the end of the album. It's okay. You can ask questions. Like, I don't mind people asking questions of what we're doing and what we have and haven't done. It's, and if I don't answer it, someone in the chat will answer. Never feel bad about asking what we're doing. The only thing I don't like is when people tell me to do something. So, yeah, ask away. Anyways, fuck it else. So we're starting weird. So... Also, I need your opinion. Sorry, this has become, like, you guys are working with me right now. It's okay, we'll get into more stuff. These streams always start a bit like this. So I have 2 versions of this riff, right? We did the one that we did on the stream. Oh, shit. Dear Dr. Pepper. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wonder when it's here. It's probably here now, but... Wait, let me check. So, Hybrid Wave... What was it called? Heroic King, Rock Groove. What was I even going to show? Oh yeah. Shark, because we called it Shark in the River, but that wasn't what it actually was it? Death Whispers, that was it. You need to be in the Hybrid Wave folder, sir. Right. Okay, there we go. Death Whispers. Let me just pull this up again. Oh, okay. I don't have that version. I must have deleted it. Anyway, there's a version of this song, right? So it does that, the creepy intro. Some sort of not shot. Right. The thing I want advice on, and you guys can tell me, because I tend to make things more complex sometimes than they need to be, but I like the complexity. We've looked at the pictures of like abstract paintings and things. Sometimes I like having needlessly extra notes because it adds like an extra different character, which I feel that represents me. However, it does make it slightly less interesting to listen to for other people. So there's a line, right? And the original goes bum dun 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 dun. I need the click, so it's offbeat. So it goes bum dun 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 dun. Bun dun 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 dun, right? But this one goes bun dun 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 dun. Bun dun 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 dun. Now, do I just get rid of the dun dun duns and leave it as bum dun 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 dun, or do I leave it as boom dun da 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 da? Like, to me, I like having that extra few beats in there. But if you listen, this is the one with the extra beats. I agree. So, Sten, you actually hit the nail on the head. So the thing is if you hit downbeats or offbeats, usually the subdivision doesn't give away what the pulse is. Pulse being like straight pulse, shuffled, or along those lines, or like triplet, right? The pulse is usually not given away if you're just doing notes either on the downbeat or the offbeat. I mean, offbeat will give it away sometimes, but like if you're doing triplets, it'll give it away. But if you're doing straight things, like it doesn't give it away. Whereas if you add the extra notes, you feel the pulse harder. Like I noticed that with shuffly stuff. if you add the shuffle in on any other instrument, it makes the shuffle harder, you know? So I think what I'll probably do is I actually like the idea of doing both, you know what I mean? So like because what I'll do is I'll have this version come straight in on the vocal. Maybe I'll start with the dun 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 dun. Oh God. Oh, hang on. Right, I'm gonna play music. I'll be right back. I've just got to go pick up my delivery. 1 second. Okay, that's enough of that shit. Oh, wrong one. There you go. There's a shark wave, shark whispers, death whispers, all the things. There you go. You got a nice list there. Oh God, I'm sweaty now. Sorry about that. I had to go pick a... There we go. We have the Dr. Pepper has arrived. We live in a world where I get Dr. Pepper delivered to me. That is the one thing I would ever miss if I moved away from a big city. That convenience. Like I can stream. In fact, hang on. Let me disinfect this shit. Hang on. Corona. Okay. Sorry. I had to get the... It's plastic, innit? You got to sanitize the plastic, particularly if you live in Los Angeles. Oh, man. Now, like, circumstances aside, like, obviously there's reasons people did what they did, but man, getting loads of people together in the middle of a pandemic that's going upwards, it's not a good idea, particularly if you live in Los Angeles. You know what I mean? It's like Los Angeles is going to get fucked by this coronavirus second spike. It's already going up exponentially. I'm like, oh no. So I've disinfected everything. Oh God, but life, as they say, finds a way. Right, where were we? What were we doing? Oh, we were going to talk about the Spitfire thing, weren't we? We were talking about me, and now we're going to talk about Spitfire. So yeah. So, for those of you who are unaware, the Spitfire competition has now come to a close. The Westworld competition, I'm sure... Yeah, I know I'm not feeling very well today. All I did was walk up the stairs. I'm out of breath. I'm pretty sure I've got some form of corona or something, but we're surviving. I just don't want to die before I finish Hybrid Wave. Like, if I finish Hybrid Wave, I could, like, if I died, I'd be like, all right. Okay. I got, like, you have to remember, like, I've already finished every career goal that I wanted to do. You know, I could quite happily die happy. Although now I've got this Hybrid Wave thing going, I want to finish it. So that's why I'm writing lyrics, because if I do get corona, you know, because I've been starting to feel quite ill recently, if I have got it, my voice won't be singable for very long. So that's why I'm like getting a little bit edgy about writing lyrics, because I might not be able to sing for much longer. Can see no reason to shite on the guy's music. Right. So yeah, so the Spitfire competition, for those of you who are unaware, Spitfire ran a competition with HBO and Westworld, right? And what they did, I'm sure most of you have seen it pop up on Facebook a few times. If there's one thing composers love to do, it's share their work on Facebook. Also guilty of this, so it's not a judgment. That is just a statement of fact. But anyway, so Spitfire and Westworld, they put out a competition. The competition was score this car chase scene, this really slow car chase scene. And then they will show it to the directors, they will show it to the people, and they will choose. Now, I feel sorry for a lot of people because they're like, it doesn't matter if I win or not, at least J.J. Abrams will listen to my music. Unfortunately, these things tend to work like this. Some poor assistant, probably at Spitfire actually, some poor assistant had to just go through them. And like, this is why these competitions are always a little bit interesting, you know, when they're done, when the voting's done behind closed doors, because you don't know who's making the shortlist. You know what I mean? Like, so what would happen is everyone would write a queue, they'd submit it, and then they'd have some intern go through and pick out the ones that are like, I don't know, the ones that are just sonically obviously quality and the ones that are like poorly mixed. So poorly mixed ones don't even make it past like the intern, I imagine. By the way, this is all speculation. I've seen how some of these competitions, I've run some of these competitions. I've seen how they work, but like, just so that you guys understand how they work as well. So once the interns pick the good quality ones from the bad one, they'll probably have another round. They'll have a listen and they'll make a short list of maybe 10, if you're lucky, of ones that are just either really different or really good. They'll probably go through and pick like weird ones, funny ones, hybrid synth ones, put them in a category together and be like, okay, this funny one gets to go in the shortlist. This weird one gets to go in the shortlist. And then J.J. Abrams probably only saw like 5, if that, I reckon. So, you know, it's 11,000 submissions. Well, everybody wants that free stuff. That's a lot of people. And then, so from what I understand, and I took a listen to it earlier, from what I understand, a lot of people are angry because it feels like the person who won it did it almost as a joke. So the version that won, and I assume, being as though it's a competition, we can play it on live stream. Do you think we'll get away with it? We'll play it because we're reviewing it. What was the guy's name? Can someone remind me of the guy's name? Do I have it saved still? No. We'll show it on the stream, but because it's a competition and we're showing it to the stream for the purposes of critique, which is allowed under fair use, we will be fine, I believe. David Kudel, thank you. So the problem with it is, and I mean, you'll hear it. We'll play snippets of it. We won't play the whole thing. That way, we're guaranteed. You're not guaranteed, but at least that way we'll work around the whole copyright issue. So let's have a little gander.
Verified. Enable semi-automatic control. Disable safety features. Maximum speed. Go.
These cars are moving so slowly. All right, sick breath. Wait, is this the winning one? Okay, so yeah. Sorry, the only reason I said that is just that the intro wasn't doing much for me, but okay. By the way, how should we approach this? Because, like, how do you want to approach this? Because this guy won, obviously, but I'm sure we all have notes. But at the same time, I feel bad for the guy because I feel like by winning, he's taking a lot of shit enough as it is. You know what I mean? So how should we do this? Like, how critiquey shall we be? Because I don't want to be a dick to the guy because it's not his fault he won. Which sounds like a weird thing to say. But like, when you hear the version of the song, it was different, but I think it was different, and I don't think he ever expected to win with it. It's hard. When you hear it, you'll know what I mean. I don't know how. So, yeah, okay. So this bit, for example, like, doesn't do much for me. It's... To be honest, if I was shortlisting, like, this was a risk by him. If I was one of the people shortlisting, I'd have probably ditched this one by now. Because it's just dun 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 dun, which is every action movie since like the 90s, you know? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not having a go at the guy. I'm just saying that, like, this is what I would do if I was This is what I'm listening to. You know, with like damage type loops in the background. So I'd have probably ditched it by then. So that was a risk.
What's happening to him?
It gets good. It gets interesting as well. I just realized you're watching me. Do you think I'll get away with putting it on the screen, by the way? Right now we're watching it by my, like, you know, you're watching it via the camera. Do you think we'll get away with putting it on the full screen, or is this fine for now? I just don't want to get in too much trouble for playing fucking movies, you know? I'll wait till you guys respond on that before I carry playing. This is fine. Okay, you guys can follow along. You know what I mean? I just don't want to get the copyright strike. Right, okay. So I'm just going to rewind it a little bit. Here we go.
We need distance.
Ah, fuck it.
Head south.
Fuck it. Okay. The reason this makes me a little irritated, and again, not the guy, like, again, if you're frustrated with this competition, don't take it out on the composer. The work is good. The work is good, and he submitted it legitimately like everybody else, right? Don't have a go at the guy. He's going to be getting a lot of shit from people who are mad that they didn't win, and they'll be directing it at him unfairly. So I'm just saying to you guys, don't do that, okay? Like, this guy doesn't deserve it. I think what would make people mad, and the thing that kind of would irritate me had I done it, is you know for a fact, we all know for a fact, that HBO would not use this track. Like, we know that this is a joke. This is the opposite. This is the anti-version of what the actual thing was. And I think what's pissing people off is everybody knows that this wouldn't make it into a film unless it was for a specific... It wouldn't make it into the TV show unless it was for a very specific reason. And I think that's probably what's bugging people, right? Am I hitting the correct nerve there? Like, I'm coming up with this on the spot, but I feel like that's probably what it's going to be, is because everybody's... You know, Spitfire said, score this scene from HBO's dark, gritty, synthy show, you know, and give us, you know, how would you have scored this scene? And so everybody, I assume, took it seriously and said, well, if I was scoring this scene, I would score it like this. And then the version they chose was the joke, the person who's saying, well, you know, for a laugh, you know, this is the opposite of what we do. And then they chose it, and everybody's like, well, you told us to score the scene. You didn't tell us to, like, who's got the best memes, you know? Like, if they said meme this the best, if they said, you know, I feel like it wouldn't, like, people would just be like, okay, you know, you won the best meme. Like, good memeing, sir. However, because they didn't say that, do you feel like that's what it is? And I think that's genuinely going to be the. But yeah, I hope you guys can, like, if you see people being nasty to this dude, just remind people it's not, you know what I mean? Like, don't be nasty to him. He didn't do anything wrong. Let's rewind and have a little listen. I agree with that, by the way. Someone says, what if... wait, where was it? I don't know if I agree. The story of the characters on drugs in the whole episode, we get lots of different genres. We do, but there's nothing to suggest other than the music that we're in an 8-bit. With the other genres, if you've seen the scene, they do camera tricks to evoke the emotion of said genre. So when you're in the old time, they go black and white. When they go into the romance, they go everything in slow motion and things like that. There's nothing on here to suggest it's 8-bit other than the music. So I can see how you're saying that is, but I feel like most people are seeing that as a stretch. You know what I mean? Like, I think that, again, that's what I'm saying the anger's coming from. I'm not saying that this is the fact and how it is. You know, if you disagree with it, that's fine. But what I'm saying is I feel like most people, because in this scene in Westworld, which most people had seen, it's not doing 8-bit. They're not in another genre. they're in like the action movie genre, right? Or like that's what the music's doing. It's just doing like the dark synthy thing. He's like almost out of the genre at this point, if I remember correctly. And I feel like that's what most people were going by. It's like, had the brief said he goes into another genre, so I didn't do the competition. If it said that, then fine. But if it said he transports into another genre, you can make it up, then fine. It is what it is. But I feel like that's probably going to be the problem. All right, so keep going.
It's not a standard issue.
No. It's not. Point and shoot. Police ahead. Maintain speed. Sharp left. Now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It feels like a joke. Do you know what I mean? Like it I don't feel like the composer, like the guy defending him, like, which is absolutely fine. But the thing, like, I don't feel like he was doing the 8-bit to evoke a new genre. I feel like he was almost doing the 8-bit as a joke. That's what it felt like, you know? It feels like a lull, like a bit of a lulls, a bit like he was doing it for the troll. But hey, he won, so he gets all the Spitfire things. And that's the other thing as well, is the thing I think might bother some people is a lot of people, right? Obviously, if you're a Spitfire fan, you're buying Spitfire libraries, chances are you want to get into film score, TV score. So for a lot of people, I imagine they were feeling that this was an opportunity to get their music put in front of J.J. Abrams, right? Not necessarily to get hired, but hopefully to produce something that showed that they knew what they were talking about. So one day, maybe, someone who heard that demo listens and says, hey, what about that guy from the competition? I feel like there's some people there that are feeling like, well, you know, like I'm trying to take this seriously and you're choosing the joke tracks, you know what I mean? Like I spent months pulling together this track in the hope that I could get it in front of J.J. Abrams. And at the end of the day, you choose like a little chip tune beaty music thing, you know? That's I think it's probably something like that. How do you guys feel? I want to hear, like, you can write one sentence of how you feel about the competition, about how it was won. I'm curious to see, like, I want to feel the what's the word? I want to feel I want to get the temperature of the room. And again, it seems memey, but I'm not saying it's like malicious. That's the point. So the guy who wrote it, I feel like wrote it as a kind of joke, you know, like for fun. You know, let's make everything 8-bit. It'll be funny. You know, people will laugh at it. I don't think he seriously considered that it was going to be the winner. I think obviously everybody allows themselves that thought, but I don't think he genuinely thought he would win with that. I just don't see it. You know what I mean? In the way it was written, I don't feel like it was pained over. Does that make sense? I don't mean that in a mean way, but there's lots of just like rough edges and, you know, like some, you know, just loopy things and, you know, some loop things. It feels like it was more the principle than the actual track. And that's what I'm saying. I just feel bad for those who were trying very seriously. But at the end of the day, it's Spitfire's competition. They can run it however they like. And 11,000 people, that's a lot of dollar. I'm very confused, wondering what Spitfire was thinking. A total cunt off. It was frustrating hearing it live. I like your side. Felt weird for sure. That hearing the other entries, I would say this entry is a meme. Most of the other entries were like the actual score, and I feel that's probably why they didn't win. It's a weird competition. Like the problem is they picked a scene that already existed. So we already had context, we already had story, we already had themes. What they should have done is posted a video that no one had seen before. Score this. But then, of course, it doesn't, then, of course, there's no Spitfire legitimizing themselves by working with Westworld, you know, because everybody knows Westworld. Not everybody knows Spitfire. Spitfire teams up with Westworld. Everybody knows Spitfire. I mean, God, you could... oh, you can feel how well they're run by marketing. You can feel it. It's because it's all brilliant ideas. They're all great marketing ideas. But oh, you can really feel it. But it works so well. But anyway, like I'm saying, the competitions like this, particularly if you've got 11,000, it's weird because there's a sort of pre-built-in bias because a lot of people are going to go with what actually worked, you see, because what was in the actual soundtrack is what the director who was making it decided worked best for his, for his product. And everybody heard that and knows what that version sounds like. So when you're told to write something, you're writing something different from something works, knows was accepted, and works with the story. But you're trying not to sound like that. And I guess the chiptune track doesn't sound like that, but at the same time, you know what I mean? It doesn't really work with the scene in the way I think most people would. I'm just going to go through, read some of your things. Right. Wait, that one won. Yes, that one did win. The rub is that the music that won wouldn't have made the actual show. Yes, that is the point I made earlier, Lab West. That is exactly the point I was saying. I'm pretty sure that is the ember that has caused this entire fire. It's because the track they chose wouldn't have gone in the show. And everybody knows the show. So most people who were taking it seriously were scoring it as if they were the composer for the show, which I think is a fair assumption to make. If you're asked to score something from a show, it feels correct to score it as though you were working on the show. Doesn't make sense to write a chiptune piece out the blue, but it's a competition. So at the same time, you know what I mean? I think maybe it's because people didn't know what they were going to be looking for. You know what I mean? If they, like I said it a second ago, if they said, like, we're looking for creativity and, you could be funny with it, you could do that, then fine. But if they just said, like, score this scene, again, I didn't enter, so I can't read it. I downloaded the videos, went to have a go, and thought my time was better served elsewhere. I agree, Ben. That was the thing. Like, I thought about entering myself, and I was like, yeah, like, my name pops up straight in the bin. Waste of time. And then when you accidentally upload the synth placeholder for your orchestral arrangement and win. Feel sorry for those who took it seriously. Yeah. Did they show it? But this is what I've said. Like, we always say this with Spitfire, is like they're really on top with their marketing, but then they always seem to fall flat in some regard. Like, there always seems to be something that's like, just could you not just be normal on that one thing as well? It's well done. As you said, it feels out of place. That seems to be the jury of the competition. Have a very different idea of what the contest was. Yes. So again, the track that the guy wrote was good. It was a great track. It was very memey, but it was very 8-bit, and the 8-bit production was great. Didn't start particularly strong. It started very kind of just dun 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 with some damage loops, which I imagine most of the competition entries were. But it took, it was a new creative idea. It was a new look at it. But yeah, I feel, and like we're all saying, and we're all, I think, agreeing on, it's not so much that the track. No, I don't think anyone's saying the track was bad. It's just that the track wouldn't have gone in the show. Therefore, should it have won if it wouldn't have been picked for the show? But anyway, it's different. Matthew, I need glasses. Matthew Leblum. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? It's very frustrating though, putting all the work in. I agree. There's another thing that bothered me during the reveal. They only played like 5 seconds of each runner-up. The music is good, but the executive chose to have it sort of like a joke. I did it without ever expecting to win, just practice. Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, you can do it just for practice. The picture shows a mood which most of us reached. Well, so Loki 007. You can tell me this. Did they say in the brief that it should be jokey, or did they just say score the scene? Like, how was it presented? Because I don't know, because that would actually change. If they were just like, be creative, go in any direction, try everything, be creative, or was it framed more like score this seriously, like score this as though you were the composer? Like, how did they present it? Because if they presented it like score this like you're the composer, and then the chiptune one, then that's a little shitty. If they present it as do whatever the fuck you want, then it's less so. There was no brief. Hit Command Shift plus. Oh, bigger writing. Oh, but now I can see less of it. There we go. I'll do. Fucking coughs coming in. Corona. Have you done an entry? Could we hear it now? I tend not to get too involved in Spitfire competitions these days. I feel like my odds are low. The end of a huge competition feels like a small composer lottery. Your music gets shown to the wrong people first and you might get ditched for some reason. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird competition all round. I mean, like, that's one of the fun things about what we do. I mean, they couldn't do it with 11,000 entries, but, you know, like, we listen through our ones on stream and then, you know, that's what we do. But how many of you actually entered? How many of you entered? How many of you... Okay, here's the things I want to know. Who entered? How seriously did you take it? And how do you feel about the winner? So that's what I want to hear right now. Imagine... Oh, can you imagine if I'd have won? But I wouldn't have done, let's be honest. Right, you entered. Well, that's what I said. I want to know who entered. I want to know how seriously you took it and how you feel about the winners. You had hopes, kinda. You did it very seriously. 3 jobs for the boys. Yeah. Are they really deleting unfavorable comments on YouTube page? Yeah, Spitfire have a particularly thin skin. Particularly thin skin. So that wouldn't surprise me. Very serious. Not mad at the guy who won, mad at Spitfire, and the other runners up were also not good. I wrote mine in 2 nights as practice, saw the winner, had a laugh, moved on. Entered, not serious, happy for the winner, surprised at the choice. I mean, I did it seriously, but I knew I wouldn't win. I like the exercise. They're making turtles chase each other, sound exciting. Fair enough, yeah. Because they move slow, right? That's the joke. Wow, Sample Jesus, that blows my mind. Right, what did Sample Jesus say? Yes, Lab West. God, I have to scroll back to what he said. Oh, you bailed. Glad you bailed. I'm disappointed by the winner, although it's a great idea and great implementation. I did it seriously, but wasn't bothered about winning as I already have lots of sample libraries. Very serious, but no time to enter. Took it seriously, write something which matches the picture. I'm not mad, but a bit disappointed. I expected some more effort in the stream. So how did they do it? Did they just kind of go, hey, guys, here's the winners, done, and then what? Go? What? I don't keep up with Spitfire these days for obvious reasons. It's like, you know, like at school where they keep kids apart. I don't fuck with them anymore. Deleting obscene or hostile comments, but in general, unfavorable commentary about the contest should be taken down. I'll tell you what, say how you feel about it here and I'll read it out. And then it will forever be locked because they can't do anything about me. They can get me banned from VI Control, but like, there's not much they can do about me beyond that. That's exactly Spitfire getting hammered on YouTube. The winner knows JJ Abrams and worked on 30. Does he actually know JJ Abrams? Has that come out? Because that would be cunty. That would be absolutely cunty. But then again, would it be like, imagine I entered, right, and I won. Would that be cunty? Because I mean, I don't know JJ Abrams, but I know Spitfire. You know what I mean? Where's the line on that kind of thing? I entered the competition because I love Westworld TV show and I had some fun scoring for picture or something the first time. It was an experiment and I learned a lot from it. But that's, 100%. Even now the competition's over, I recommend those of you who are film score guys, go download the scene and make sure you've got it for practice. Because high quality video footage to score to for practice is actually quite hard to come by. Another great scene I recommend that doesn't have music that you should rip and practice to is in The Dark Knight. There's a proper car chase. You know what I mean? Not electric cars going at 10 miles an hour in the correct lane. You know, like that's not the kind of car chase. But in The Dark Knight, there's a chase under the bridge. And I feel like there was going to be a music cue there and someone went, you know what? It's more visceral without music. I feel like it was one of those decisions because you watch it and you're like, this is supposed to have music. Like there's gaps for the musical crescendos and stuff. Like, there's supposed to be music here. But someone high up went, I don't think we should have music here. And everyone was like, it's a great idea. It's a great idea. Great idea, Jerry. Great idea. Let's do it. But that's a great scene because it's got no music on it. But make sure you download them because, being legally being allowed to download footage from high quality things without music on them, just dialogue and sound, that's a really good thing to practice to. I recommend you guys try, writing a few versions. Very good. Problem according to the sources I've been, it's very orchestrational tools has done orchestral tools. Sorry, I don't know why I'm saying orchestra. I can't read. Maybe I'm having a stroke. Maybe that's what it is. Orchestral Tools has done a competition too, but that was a good winner. What was the Orchestral Tools one? I vaguely remember them doing competitions at some point, but whereas when the people who play the competition here end up winning a copy of Maneater. I've still got a whole bunch of PC keys. By the way, I decided, sorry, I didn't let you guys vote, but I decided that Alfie won last week because we didn't choose a winner. Alfie won, and if he wants one, I've got a Maneater key for it. I realized that I just didn't get to that bit. Alfie's Hybrid Wave track last week was my personal favorite. So, and because I didn't let you vote, I'm going to choose that one as the winner. Hope you guys don't mind that. Wait, Spitfire is associated with VI Control? They're not associated, but they are what are they? They're a advertiser on VI Control. And they have a bit of sway. Everybody says it's nothing to do with Spitfire, but Spitfire are treated differently there when it comes to what comments you can say and what you can't. Like, that's what I say. Like, this is the thing about Spitfire in general. They've always kind of had a thin skin. That's why, again, on VI Control, they always the threads end up in the drama section, or comments get deleted, or people are told not to say certain things about Spitfire because it sets off the fans and it sets off the people. I mean, the amount of times Paul Thompson's come out and just said not horrible things, just said, what's the word? What word can we use here? Shit things, just being an arsehole. Like, the amount of times he's come out and been an arsehole to me because I've said something about a product he made. You know what I mean? And it's always about me. And I'm not going to go down that road again. But, like, they've got such a thin skin. It's like you can't even say that, like, the release tail of your strings are a little short. Fuck you, DJ! You fucking cunt! How dare you? You don't deserve to write music. Who's better? If you put them side by side, Daniel and Christian, clearly Christian's the better. Fuck it. Sorry, I was reliving some trauma there. Anyway, people on YouTube are always butthurt about the whole thing. Yep, the truck was. Saving Private Ryan has some scenes without music. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. That's an artistic choice, and that wouldn't work very well with music. You know what I mean? Because it would feel weird, because the reason it didn't have music, it was showing a certain kind of it was showing the visceral nature of war. Although if it's got no music, it's good practice to score to. It just wouldn't work as well. People invested their time into competition. They felt judged unfairly, so I feel them speaking out is just fine. I feel like they should allow... if people are talking about the winners and they're talking about the competition, not just saying, like, fuck you, I feel like those comments should be left, because they're critical, but they're criticism which will help in the future. So if people are saying, I feel that this entry shouldn't have won because it wouldn't have been chosen for the show, that comment should be allowed to stay. If it just says, you suck fuck, then they're not worth the time of day. You can usually tell when someone's coming in with maliciousness. Like, comments like that, I usually delete from my channel. You know what I mean? When they come in, it's like, yeah, well, you're just a wank. You just think this because you're a cunt and you do that. It's like, when you can feel the maliciousness, I just get rid of it. It's not worth it. What is it they say? Don't come down to their level, because they'll no. Don't argue with idiots, because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. So what you got to do, when you can feel the maliciousness, just let it go. It's not worth it. You know what I mean? It's like why I don't engage in any, like, Facebook or Twitter debates anymore. It's like, no one's there to debate. They're there to tell you you're wrong on things. And that's, what's the point in getting involved in that? I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me. How about we agree to disagree, continue with our lives, and not try and destroy each other's livelihoods? Let's not try and destroy everybody's lives because they do this or that. Just sorry, I'm going off on a thing. But I just hate the maliciousness that comes through discourse on social media these days and YouTube and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, if you were in person, people wouldn't come at you with such maliciousness. But there's something about anonymity in the internet that just brings out the worst in people. And it's like, everybody feels like their opinion matters. It really doesn't. My opinion doesn't matter on most things. On 99.9 things of the things that exist on the planet, my opinion just does not matter. It just doesn't. I have no experience. I don't know what I'm talking about. But when it comes to sample libraries, when it comes to writing music, my opinion matters because I've been doing it for a decade. I've done it at professional level. I've done it high level. I've done it on video. I've done it for things. So I can talk about these things. Like when I'm saying it, it matters. It matters to me, at least. It doesn't matter to you guys. It doesn't have to matter. I don't know where I'm going with this. But anyway, don't have thin skin. Let me... Do you know why Dr. Disrespect was banned from Twitch? No. What is it because I look somewhat like him now that like, people think we're friends or something? I'm only messing. VI Control would not want to have the Spitfire dollars walk away. Yeah, they wouldn't. But hey. Yeah, Paul is very welcome. Look, that's the thing. Most people are welcoming when you're on their good side. But you really see what someone's like when you're on their bad side. You know, like you guys have seen me at my worst. You know what I mean? Like I am very defensive about my opinions. Like I just gave it the big one about social media. And like, oh shit. And while I'm saying that, while I'm saying all that about social media, I'm fully aware of the fact, and I'm like painfully aware of the fact that that was me at like not even 6 months ago. But I've ever since the hair's grown out and I've had this kind of like, ever since I've transcended into whatever the fuck this is, I just haven't felt the need. You know what I mean? I haven't felt the need for it, which is good. Like I'm trying to get past it. And it was that realization that like Facebook, Twitter, things like that, these are all modern inventions and we're still figuring it out. It's like back in the day when, when certain drugs were legal, everybody was caning the fuck out of them. You know what I mean? We haven't learned moderation for social media. We haven't learned moderation for public opinions. Like that sounds weird, but think about it. Up until what, 2008 maybe? So like for maybe just over 10 years, have we had the ability to put our opinions on anything, literally anything, out to the public? And we haven't learned how to do that correctly yet. There's people saying shit and they're like, losing their jobs over tweets, and it's shit they shouldn't be saying. But, we haven't learned how to deal with that situation yet because clearly that person has fought that thing for a while. And clearly there are going to be a lot of people who also think, bad stuff, repugnant stuff. But society works on the fact that we're all like, we just assume everybody has the potential to be a cunt, and we have to just like, that's why with social media and stuff and Twitter and Facebook, because like you can see it every day. There is no discourse on Facebook and Twitter. People aren't genuinely having debates. People are trying to put their opinion. And what usually happens is they debate it until one person gets mad, calls the other one a name, they defriend each other, we fall apart. That's why society's falling apart. Every person on this planet thinks repugnant shit about some other person. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way it is. We all think horrible things, but you don't put them out publicly. You know what I mean? You retain them. You keep them to yourself. I know for a fact there's people that think horrible shit about me, but we haven't learned to keep that shit to ourselves like we used to. You know what I mean? That's why we don't walk up to someone and say the repugnant things we may think about that person to them, right? If like, I don't know, there's a guy down the road that says something nasty to my wife, I'm going to think repugnant things about that guy. You know what I mean? And in that moment, I may say things. Or if there's someone who's nasty to my wife at work, you know what I mean? It's like there's a line where you would say something, but there is a line, and we figured out where that line is. We know when someone's crossed the line. However, with social media and stuff, everybody's just going in, falling apart, saying shit. We need to go back to a time where people just kind of keep their opinions on shit to themselves. I don't care what you think about. It's like when, like, who gives a fuck on who gives a fuck on my opinions on coronavirus, for example, on how to deal with it? It's like, I'm not a scientist. The fuck do I know about it? Why would you be listening to a composer? Why would you be listening to a celebrity? Why would you be listening to anybody on coronavirus other than a scientist or someone who knows the actual statistics, someone whose job it is to funnel and look at those statistics? Why are we listening to Barbara from Wisconsin telling us that we don't need to wear a mask? You know what I mean? Like, why is that a thing that society now allows? And why is it that, someone posts something they've worked really hard on YouTube, and then just some cunt comes in and is like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard? Why couldn't you just keep that repugnant shit to yourself? Why did you need to share that? Anyway, but that's what the next decade's going to be about. It'll be about learning that line. I genuinely think that like people will start taking news diets, because right now, the way we consume news the way we consume bad information is like eating McDonald's nonstop, but for mental health. Like ever since, because I don't read the news anymore, I check it maybe once a week. Like if something serious is happening, I find out about it other ways. Like I've found that if something is going to impact me directly, someone will let me know in person very quickly. So I don't read the news anymore, and I've unfollowed certain phrases and particularly like political ones on Twitter. There's just words that like will not show up on my Twitter feed because I don't care. Why do I care about something I have no impact on? You know what I mean? Why do I care about anything American politics? There's fuck all I can do about it. So why would I read the news about something that's going to worry me, but I can't change? All that's doing is a net negative for me. It doesn't change anything else in the world other than I feel shit. So I just don't read that news anymore. I realized as composers, our job is to entertain, to bring joy to the world. And how the fuck can I do my job if I'm stressing out about who's wearing what mask and who's doing what now and who's stealing my motorbike, who's stealing next door's motorbike, because whatever political thing is going on. I fucking hate it. So yeah, one thing I found is that, and this will come back to Spitfire eventually. And so all these horrible things that people want to say to each other, just for the sake of it, like that's what we need as a society now. We need to understand and we need to come back to that realization that your opinion doesn't matter on everything. If there's something you're an expert at, if there's something you've dedicated time to, like for example, everybody here, I would give the benefit of the doubt because most of you, I assume, are composers. If you gave me a musical tip, I would give it the benefit of the doubt. I would listen to it. A lot of the times, I not that I value my own. It's like I have my own way of doing music. So when you guys comment, I read what you've written. I absorb it and I'm saying, do I agree with that premise? And if I don't, I don't. And if I do, I'm like, that's a good idea. I'll change it. I'm open to these things. But repugnant stuff, right? So your opinion. So like I give you the benefit of doubt. But if like if my music was playing on the speaker in a store and I said to the clerk, oh, this is mine. And he'd be like, yeah, I think you should really turn that snare down a bit. And maybe, instead of going to the major third there, maybe you should like come back, do a sus4 and then I'd be like, fuck off. No, like I don't, you know what I mean? Like that. Why would that opinion matter to me? Like that's what I'm saying. It's again, I've said this a few times, but I think it's still valuable now. Never listen to criticism from someone for whom you wouldn't turn to for advice. If you would not get advice from that person, why would you listen to criticism from them? All criticism is unsolicited advice, essentially. Like, I mean, you can ask for criticism, but that's essentially what I mean. It's like, if you wouldn't ask that person what they thought in the first place, why do you give a fuck what they think if they just tell you? You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. And I feel the same about everything. I feel the same about politics. I feel the same about music. I feel the same about everything. I look at the person, I'm like, why are you giving me your opinion on that? It's like, you make little badges. Like you make little badges for the old people, like crafts. Why are you telling me about science? I'm glad that you have a feeling on it, but like there's certain topics we just need to listen to the people who know what they're talking about. If ever I'm giving you a scientific opinion, you don't need to listen to it because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But if I'm talking about sample libraries of music, might be worth giving it. But anyway, so getting back to Spitfire. So it's like we need to, as I was saying with social media, we need to figure out where that line is between repugnancy, maliciousness, and criticism. So, for example, like I'm behind Spitfire deleting the comments that are repugnant. I'm behind them deleting the comments that are malicious. I'm not against them deleting ones that are critical, ones that say maybe you should have chosen a winner that like took it seriously. Maybe you should have chosen a winner that would fit the show. Sorry, I know that was a long way of getting to that point, but I felt it was an important point. Do you guys, did what I say make sense? Was that fair? Was that fair? Like, yeah. There's so much airtime, they fill it with tosh. Just don't listen then. Like, that's what I'm saying, that we live in a world now of instant gratification for anything. You know what I mean? If you're, If you're in an action mood, there's action movies. If you're horny, there's porn. If you want to listen to music, there's unlimited streaming on demand. You know what I mean? Like these days, don't let people dictate what you do, what you listen to, what you enjoy. You know, like there is, although to a degree, I feel bad. I feel like the reason society is quite hostile and shit these days is we don't have a common denominator. Back in the day, we only had 4 TV channels, right? In the UK, we had Channel 1, well, we had BBC 1, BBC 2, ITV, and Channel 4, right? That's all we had. And that sounds like shit by modern standards of instant gratification. However, it allowed us to have a common waypoint from which we can all rally around. So, for example, if we only had 4 TV channels on a Friday night at 9 o'clock, there was only going to be 4 things you could choose between to watch in the entire country, right? Entire country. So, let's say it was like EastEnders or something. The next day, everybody in the country would be thinking about the same show. Everybody would be having the same point of reference. Everybody would understand the world in slightly the same way because they've all absorbed the same information. They all watch the same news at 10 p.m. or whenever, 6 p.m. they watch the news. Then they all watch the same TV show, and then they all watch the same movie they were showing that night. The next day, everybody's on the same fucking page. Sometimes I walk into a shop and someone's like, oh yeah, I'm just like dancing out to the new, like, what was it? The first one I had was Snarky Puppy. I'd never heard of Snarky Puppy. I've listened to them since. Brilliant, right? But we're getting to that point where people are like, it's weird. It's like someone was like, you've not heard of them? And it's like, no, there's a billion artists on the internet. Why would I have heard of this one specific one that you are listening to? You know, it's like, but that's what I'm saying. There's no point. We don't have a common denominator anymore. So we're all living in a slightly fractured world where everything is more the way we want it, but there's less people around and less people we have things in common with. So it used to be we had less things to enjoy, but we all enjoyed them together, so we had more in common with everybody else. Whereas nowadays we have so many options, everybody fractures into their little community, so you're getting more of what you want, but there's less around you. So we end up kind of tribalizing into our groups. That's why you end up like that's why you get Cubase people calling Logic users twats. You know, that's why you get Spitfire users calling orchestral tools people things and vice versa. You know what I mean? That's why it happens, because there's so many options. So it's a weird world to live in, but this will be winning entry in the next contest. Shall I click it? I can't click it. No, why am I? That's why there will never be another Beatles or Michael Jackson. Not because skill, but because we can all choose our own paths. Well, you say that, Boosh. You haven't heard the Hybrid Wave album. Let me tell you. No, let me tell him about the Hybrid Wave album, right? You say, like, I mean, I'm not blowing my own whore. I'm not blowing my own whore here. Horn. That's something completely different. But I am indeed Beatle Jackson. I'm sorry, but Hybrid Wave is going to be Beatle Jackson degree of importance. No, Hybrid Wave is like a combination. That's what I want to see. Like this is what we were saying in the intro. So we've been bigging up this Hybrid Wave thing, right, as a very specific genre. But the more I'm doing it, the more I'm feeling it out. And I'm going to put this to you guys, because it would be a change in direction. I'm feeling like the more Hybrid Wave I do, the more it becomes about this. So Hybrid Wave is less of a genre. It's kind of the anti-genre. Hybrid Wave is less about genre, more about artist. So in Hybrid Wave, you can do any genre you want so long as it still sounds like you. Like, I feel like that's the rule, because I feel like that's where music's going to head anyway. It's going to be more artist-based than genre-based, because right now we have like genre competition. It's like one person writes a song, a genre forms around it, and then it becomes, for like the next 5 years, it becomes a competition to see who can do the best version of that song. Like when Skrillex came out with dubstep, for 3 years afterwards, it was songs that, nothing but songs that sounded like Skrillex, all trying to just get it perfected. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of what genre, what ends up happening with genre. People aren't inventing, people are refining. Yeah, in genre, you refine. When you're a composer, when you write music, you create. If you're writing something, like, that's what I like about Hybrid Wave so far. Because we're combining things that you don't usually putting together, I feel like I'm creating. if we were in a genre, we would be refining what we're doing to match what fits. So hybrid wave doesn't so much have rules as like guidelines. It's more like guidelines than actual rules. So things like brostanatos and stuff, when you put them in, they're no longer essential. However, they are now like the indicator of like its origins. Whenever you do what we were calling the rules, they're now, when you do it, it's showing origins, the origins of hybrid wave. Does that make sense? Would you agree with that? Are you happy with that? Because what happens then is like what I want to happen or what I want to see happen is you guys writing hybrid wave albums. So like you put hybrid wave as like the little title, but what hybrid wave kind of means is this album could go in any direction, but it's going to sound like the guy who wrote it or the girl who wrote it, you know? I feel like that's probably the best thing because like I'm listening to my the hybrid wave album and it goes in so many different directions, but they all still sound like me. And I still feel like when I put them up against the hybrid wave title, it works, right? I feel like hybrid wave wants to have some degree of beat though. It's like, yeah, because the hybrid part of it is the part that means we're joining things together. We're joining things that don't usually go. So a lot of my tracks, like some of the hybrid wave tracks are like orchestral mixed with like synth wave, mixed with like pop vocals, mixed with like rock guitar. You know, like they kind of go in these things. And then there's some that are a little bit more hip hop, some that are a bit more way pop, some that are a bit more, I mean, like this song, for example, is going on the album, but I wouldn't particularly call it, wouldn't call it like dancey or synthwave or anything like this one. Right? Clearly not hybrid wave. So like clearly not synthwave, right? But it's got vibe. I think it still sounds like me. Oh fuck, it's hot. It is hot today, lads. Raid. I'm being raided by 10 people. Hello, who's raiding? Who's raiding? Jump in. Shadow Legends. Okay. Vibey. It was vibey. What did I actually want to load up? We're gonna. Oh god, we've got a whole thing happening, lads. By the way, just a quick one. I want to show you this. So, I was talking with the UJAM guys, and they sent me a few more things. We're probably not going to cover them today, but man, I'm in love with this one. Is this stream sponsored? Sort of. This bit would be because they sent this to me. So this is an NFR. So judge what I say, however you feel you want to judge it. But this is like the reason I love this one. Jesus, it is really hot in here. One second, I'm just going to open the door. One second. Fucking hell. Now I could just take off my jumper, but that ruins the whole aesthetic and I will suffer for my art. I don't know if you guys realize, like for those of you who are new, I don't usually look like this. This is like, what do we call it? It's like method acting. I'm living hybrid wave. I am expressing myself musically, artistically, and fashionally as hybrid wave. I'm presenting as hybrid wear. Yeah, hybrid wear. Sorry, I'm stuttering because I read that as I was saying hybrid wave. Hybrid wear came out, and it felt like you carefully it's like you came over with that word and carefully placed it on my tongue as it was sticking out as I was about to say something else. But anyway, the thing I love about these drums, by the way, is I've been throwing them on top of everything, is they're like real drums, but they're really like, okay, random, but they're really like grungy. They're not hip hop. I don't know how to describe it. It's like they're really. See, a dog loves them. Dog fucking loves them. Sorry about the dog. She loves it. Hang on. Hey, calm down. Lay down. It's enough. I'm aware that there is no intruders. You don't have to keep telling me there's no intruders, dog. Okay, she's calm. Sounds really quiet for some reason. But like, anyway, so the thing I was doing, so let me just put this at 105 because that's the tempo of Hybrid Wave. And I'll just play Hybrid Wave. Hang on 1 second in case I load up something wrong. So like it. I do this a lot. You just have to find the right rhythm now. Okay, some of these are poor. Some of these, not poor, some of these aren't working. I need to find one that's like... I mean, that's kind of... But you know what I mean? It's like a real drum kit, but played with that kind of... With that... I don't know. It's like style. It's like they're played with grit. Grit. Anger. Grit. Refused? Oh, fuck. I keep pushing the spacebar. This is supposed to be 150, it says. Let's see what it says. By the way, the cool thing about these is you can drag the MIDI in as well and then just fix it here. Like, they're not drum loops. Like, that's the one thing I really like about them. They're not just drum loops, they're MIDI loops, but... Yeah, so we can take the whole thing and throw it in a, I don't know, triplet grid. Is it me, or did that just sound really cool? Uh-oh. No, it sounded shit. It sounded really shit. Anyway, sorry. Have any of you checked, like, wait, what did someone say? Tell them that you've already made the money. How many of you have bought UJam stuff since we started playing with them, by the way? I didn't know they existed. I'm glad someone told me about it. The thing about them is, and I talk about this shit all the time, the good thing about the UJam stuff that I'm loving is that they do what they do and that's it. Like they're not trying to be, they're not trying to do everything. Sorry, I got really itchy back. They're not trying to do everything in one go. It's like you want a live drummer that does like hip hop gritty beats. Fine. Okay, you get it. And it's like the UI is like, okay, how can we make it so that they can get around that thing as quickly as possible? It's like, okay, so they got some drum loops to get started. They got some different drum kits on the UI. Different mix presets. Right. Just the things that you would need to make it good, you know? Like I like, for example, you could change the snare out. Although this does annoy me, the decay is like a cutoff. It's the only thing I don't like. And again, because they're all MIDI, you could like Oh yeah, OTT would pop the fuck out of this. One of the things that I love about it is a lot of the time when I'm writing, particularly like the hybrid wave stuff, is you just need a rhythm to get going. And it's like, I know that it's just going to be like, you know what I mean? So I just find something that's close enough to that and I can edit the MIDI to fit. I don't like the upwards compression too much on OTT. Do you guys find that? It's a little bit too good. Maybe a little bit. For those of you, like, the best way to think of upwards compression is like, oh God, how would you even describe it? It's like the insides of the quiet bits are now loud. So like the bits in between the drop. So you've got a kick and snare. Upwards compression basically is turning up the bits in between. So it's like everything. It's like it turns up all the frequencies, right? Imagine it like this. Oh, wait, I can just show you. I think it's like this. And if it's not, you guys will correct me and then I'll know forever. But I feel like this is what it's doing. If it is wrong, do correct me because I feel like I'm saying this as if I know it as a fact, but I feel like it's essentially this. So what that basically means is that the sound, I mean, it's split into 3 bands. So, I mean, I could be fair, I suppose. It's essentially doing something like this. Other way, thank you. A really rudimentary form of this. So what's happening is it turns the EQ up, right, like this. And then when, so what it's doing is it's turning up the EQs for everything until something plays, and then it turns it down to its normal level, right? So all it's doing basically is like right now, all of these frequencies are boosted by whatever that is, well, by 12 dB, right? Everything is boosted 12 dB. So if we had something really quiet, oh, wait, that wouldn't work. So if we had something really quiet, for example, you see, all of the frequencies are turned up, but because they're not going over the threshold, it doesn't have to pull them back down to where they are normally, right? But the more they go over the threshold, the more it has to pull them back down to 0, you see, because normally this would be the sound, wait, without these. So normal sound. This without the expansion. Right. So that's just turning up all the frequencies. But then what we're doing is basically saying, okay, turn up all the frequencies except for when the music actually plays something, and then turn it down for that. So that way it's bringing up the kind of frequencies of everything that's quiet. And then once it hits, it smashes it back down. And that's basically what this does. That's basically what this upwards thing is doing. Except it's doing it really extreme. And it breaks it into 3 split bands like this. But anyway, I thought that seems correct to me. I feel like that was accurate. Was I wrong? We got any mixers in who disagrees with my assessment there? That obviously that's not exactly how it does it. That's like the basic visual representation of how it would work, right? It is perfect. I have described it perfectly. I also picked up Stutter Edit too. I'm spending way too much money. Oh, shit. Dirk did another group chat thing and it was okay. I watched it. It was the one with Alan. And yeah, I am particularly characterful when I get on camera. I just, you know, I'm used to being in front of people. If there's one thing I'm good at, and it's a skill that I didn't realize was a skill until other people couldn't do it. This way, there we go. Is I can talk forever. Like, I don't know if you noticed, we're about an hour and a half in, and I don't think there's been a period of time longer than maybe 10 seconds where I haven't been saying something. Did you check out the new native instruments? There's too many libraries, Sten. It's too many. But if I did a podcast, what would we even listen to? I mean, like, I've been contemplating the fact of it, you know, because, like, particularly when I get medicated, you know, like, I feel very talkable, you know, like, I feel like I want to, actually, no, I feel very chill, but it's like, I would love to sit back and just, like, spew my thoughts forth. However, I don't feel there's much of a demand for that. I've started following, actually, a music podcast. Fuck, I can't remember what it is, but it's with some guys from a magazine, right? It's with some guys who do a magazine. And the guy is so British, I want to slap him. Not in a malicious way. I just want to say, calm it. And the thing he does is literally, and I do it a lot, so, you know, glass houses and all that, but the dude says mate way too much. Yes, mate. Yes, mate. It's coming, mate. Don't you worry about it, mate. It's coming down the road, mate. And it's like, say mate one goddamn time. One more goddamn time. Right, that's that sound. But here we go. Turn up the ache and dream. I've been playing with this one so much. Can't get enough of it. By the way, we downloaded this. Let's actually give this a go. Just in case something pops up. 1 second. You never know with demos. So this is a demo we've been looking at. Let's have a listen to this thing. You guys check this out yet? So this is a new reverb from Liquid Sonics. This is just the demo that I'm using right now. I'm demoing it out, trialing it out. But let's give it a go. I'll put it with the gentleman. We'll leave it full whack for now, so you can hear what the actual room is. This is one of my favorite features of all time, by the way, synced pre-delay, because you can make it rhythmic. So let's pull up, you know, like slightly less than 50. Again, let me just play the piano for a minute without reverb on. That's no reverb, just for reference. So that's just the Amethyst Hall. And I'm not sure, like, I don't know a lot about the history behind this plugin, but I feel like that's probably got a story behind it, a hall or something. So I do like these ambiences. I usually put these on drums. So these are weird ones. They're just very short. They just add ambience. They literally just make it feel like it's in a room. So that would probably work better on something like drums, right? Oh wait, we've got a drum. Right. Nope. Where did my OBS go? Did it crash? Oh no, it went over there. Right. We'll put it on drums. Right. So it's this one. Come on, give me a drum beat. Why you what? Loaded up something random. Right, let's load up factory, rock and pop, power pop. So this is dry. So these are just some ambiences. I love, so yeah, these ambiences are amazing for when you get things like, I just need to find like some small percussion. Let me load up like chaos or something. No, what's better? What's got small, like small tappy percussion? But I want loops. Fuck it. Do we, oh, perf perk. Fuck it. Yeah, we could do that at the same time. Samples, performance samples, perf perk. I battery save these, by the way. Where is it? Perf perk volume 1. Yes, look at that. I'm going to have to give you, you're going to have to give me a click there, bro. That's not going to work. I'm going to have to program it. You guys probably can't even see or tell, but there's like a MIDI delay whenever I stream that's really hard to control. 16th, no triplet. That's going to be way too fast. The fuck am I doing? 16th will do for now. Thank you. Right. We'll set up like a... something like that, whatever. No. By the way, so for those of you wondering what this instrument is, I'm using Perf Perk by Performance Samples, and Perf Perk is designed to go super fast. Right, it's super fast percussion. Like that's what it's designed to do. It's recorded in a way where it's almost got the roll built into it. So right. So what were the other sounds? Oh, they're just the higher versions. Let's move one of these onto there. Just want to put some gaps in so I can... Does it have a dry sound? I mean, you could just pull down the... So you've only got close mic. It's actually a really good one. Like, doing it dry is... My goodness. One day I'll learn which way around that is. Right. I'm on the wrong one. No wonder. This is perfect for what it is, actually. You see how it takes, like, so this is actually a perfect example of what I was talking about. Thank you for asking whether or not it was dry, because that makes it so much easier to hear what the reverb's doing. Like, which is an obvious thing to say, but in the moment of when you're streaming, it's one of the things that slips through the gap of common sense. But yeah, so like super dry, super clean, you can hear it. And now we pull up the wet. And you see, it's not really adding reverb. I mean, it is adding reverb, but it's just adding, like, that's what ambiences do. They make it feel like you recorded it close mic'd in a bigger room. You know what I mean? So if you've got a dead clean sound like this, let's see what other sounds he's actually got in here. Grand Casa. Oh, they're going to be... How can you guys think this sounds good, though? It doesn't even have a bottle mic. Jesus. So that's what happens if we bring in the recording room. Now let's put some ambiences on it and see what it sounds like. So it's dead dry at the minute, like this. Try putting it in a room. Oh, in the adjoining room. Now, is there? Oh, yeah, we've got an EQ because it feels like the EQ is really muffled. Okay, so here we've got a dial that says the difference between reflective, so this one, reflection mode and reverberation mode. So this one feels like it's just adding like the ambience. Like, so if you twist it towards reflection, it's more like an ambience. Whereas if you twist it towards reverb, it's more of a tail. If we listen to that, listen. So this is at 0, 0, so it's half reverb, half reflection. Turn it towards reflection. Turn it towards reverb. By the way, something else worth pointing out is that if you look down at the bottom here, you might not be able to say, sorry, I'm talking really loud because my next door neighbor's playing music really loud through their car at the minute, and soon they'll be going. So, but if the mic picks it up, I'll get DMCA'd to death. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, if you look down at the bottom right, you'll see that it's actually got surround. It's outputting in surround, right? No. Yes. I feel like you could output this in surround. I feel like that was an option. I feel like this is surround. I mean, I know it's reflection and reverb, but I feel like you can send them differently. I feel like this is a thing. I feel like this is what people have been arguing over, but I don't, but I'm still trialing it, so I don't know. But I feel like that is a thing. Man, it sounds so good. Stage holes. Turn it off again. But I just love being able to control all of these things. I mean, I'm sure you can control these things and other things. But out of interest, I'm trialing the professional one. What's the standard one got? What's the comparison? What's the general consensus? Are people going for the standard or for the pro? What do you think? I'm just going to say this. Jasper recorded these cleans super well. Like, listen to how clean they are. That is really well done. And, like, you guys could tell me if you feel the same. It sounds to me like the way they've recorded, like I mentioned, this library is designed to record the sounds in that way. Where it's sort of recorded the roll in each hit. So, like, again, the way I describe it is pretty simple to understand. It's like, so when you hit a drum, you hit it. Hey, goddamn dog. You hit a drum, the sound comes out of it, right? If you just record that, right? Let's say you record your drums, like you record all your round robins, silence, bang. Silence. If that's how you record them, then when you play fast lines, you're going to get boom and then a completely clean burst of air that comes from the drum. It's going to go like that, right? And that's going to happen with every sample. So if you go fast, it's going to be that's how the sound's going to go out. It's just going to be as if every single hit exists in its own universe, right? And of course, the reverb would stack because it's the same room. If you record, it's like, that's why you get like hiss build up in sample libraries. If you record individual samples in the same room, if the room has a tone, the more of that sample you put that has the same room tone in, the louder the room tone becomes because it keeps stacking on top of itself. But anyway, the way they've recorded this, the way I understand it, is instead of doing each hit and then the sound going out, it's like the second hit, dun dun. So there's already air going into the room and bouncing back. So when you if you're triggering something here, the first one, I think the first hit here, I believe is just, they've recorded hits which are silence, hit, silence, right? But these ones are recorded with the air already in the room. So when they hit theirs, when that second drum hits, because they recorded it with a drum already being hit before they record the second one, when the sound goes out, it's hitting the air that's coming back from the wall. So you hit a snare drum, the snare drum air hits the wall, bounces back towards the mic. You know, that's what reverb is, right? Bounces back. So because they've done it twice, when they hit in that second one, there's already air coming back from the first snare that hits, and it creates a new turbulent waveform. Think of like water drop, you know, waves in water. If you drop a thing, the water goes out in every direction. If you drop two, where they match, they mix and they make noise. It's basically what it makes. And that's what makes instruments sound real. That's why recording a brass section in the same room sounds different than using like individual chords from a patch and stacking them on top of each other, because they're not interacting with the sound the same way. So they kind of agree to a point, but because the air's not moving correctly, your ear's picking up that they're not quite in the same environment. Again, that's why choirs recorded in the same room sound considerably better than any of those like a cappella YouTube videos. You know what I mean? A cappella YouTube videos are okay, you know, as a production thing, but you can hear their individual voices recorded separately, which doesn't impress me. What impresses me is the videos where you get a cappella people on stage singing in tune in time. And that sound is what makes it special. It's the way the air comes out of their mouths, which is already turbulent because they're changing notes, you know, they're changing the formant of their voice and all that. So the air is already kind of turbulent coming out. And when it interacts with each other, it also creates air. And air, the noise, think of it like this. Think of it like a straight line. So the sound goes out and back. Obviously, it doesn't work that way, but it's the best way to think of this physically, right? It bounces out, comes back. That's very 2D, right? Or it bounces out and it hits a few of the walls, but it only goes in a straight line, right? You can kind of make out the shape of the room by looking at where it bounced, right? And so if you imagine it like a straight line, like a 3D model, and you can see a straight line where a ball bounces within the room, right? Imagine it like that, like a ball bounce, and you can continuously see the line. As a listener, that is your your oral interpretation of the space. That is your sonic interpretation of the space. So you're seeing those lines with your ears, and your brain is going, this is kind of what the room sounds like. When you have multiple instruments in a room playing at the same time, because when that line hits another line, it makes noise. That noise goes out in every direction. It goes out like a cloud, and it becomes 3D. So the more instruments, or the more of that instrument you have in the room, and the more it's interacting with the air of that room, even harmonically interacting with the air in that room, it will fill the 3D space with a cloud, and you will hear it more. That is why articulations like tremolo, for example, have more of that feel of the room than a straight sample, because straight samples are not turbulent enough to move air around. They go out straight, they bounce back. That's what it works. Whereas tremolo, because you're creating the noise, because one note is already interacting with the air of another note as it's coming out, it's filling the 3D space of that, where that instrument is being recorded, with the noise from the turbulence. And that turbulence causes the 3D space. Is that fair? Is that fair? Sorry, I know that was a long-winded way of saying it, but I wanted to explain that. And that's what they did with these instruments. So by recording every note with a bit of that air already in, you can play fast. You can feel that there's a plume of smoke, of like noise, white noise sound in the air, and it helps you see the 3D space. It really helps. These cleans are so cool. They're the high surdos. What we got next? Oh, that's a really thuddy one. Let's put some ambience on it. You see, that's what... So because these are recorded dry, right? Just these ambiences are changing the room it feels like it was recorded in, to me. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely picking this up. Right now, it's a choice between the professional and the standard. Because if the standard has, like, the basic functions that I've got here, then fine. But if I need to go professional, I'll get the professional one. It is pretty good. It's good to finally have... I battery save perf perk after last week. Oh, this one doesn't sound good. This one's phasing. Oh, it's not phasing. It's just that it has a... It's fun. What is it? It's resonant frequency sounds like it's buzzing. That's just how it resonates. It's like there, right? Tighten it up. Boom. Let's have this. Item. What would be cool? Oh, a line mic. He's so yeah, Jasper's put the align mics. This tip here is like an Alan Meyerson tip. Do you guys know of this tip, the align mic? Let me know if you don't know. I'll explain it to you. Or at least I'll try to. So a line mic. So think of it like this. So you know how we were talking about the way air moves, right? So what a line mic does. So let's say that this is a microphone, right? And the microphone here is what I'm recording, right? This is the instrument. I know it's backwards. And then this is another microphone, right? So if I'm recording this instrument, right, and I have my close mic here, and I have my room mic here, right? When I record something, when I record something, like, so imagine this is a snare drum. I hit this, it's going to hit this microphone first, right? The one that's right on it, the close mic. It'll hit it first, and then you'll have your room mic back here, which could be the other side of the fucking room, right? It could be all the way over here. And then what happens is the sound takes a few milliseconds. So it comes out of here, hits the close mic, which is here, within like a millisecond. And then maybe 15 milliseconds later, maybe 20 milliseconds, maybe less, it will hit the room microphone. And align microphones, what they're doing is when you do that, you have, it's most of the time it's unnoticeable, right? But because when you hit a drum, it has a transient, right? Which is like the sharp sound, the initial that part at the beginning of the sound. If you have two microphones recording it, there will be a flam. There will be a moment because the sound hits the close mic and then it hits the room mic. It will go. I mean, if you really slow it down, you know, like that's the way I'm doing it now is slowed down already. But it would be like slow motion, bang, right? And a line, what it does is it takes the room mic and it moves the transient of the room mic to match the close mic. So it's basically just turning off pre-delay. It's turning off any delay of microphones. So even if your microphone is like on the other side of the car park, they'll move the transient, even if it was like a second later, they would move that transient to be at 0 milliseconds so that when it hits, all of the mics play at the same time, which is, you know, it has like phase things that could happen and all that kind of stuff. But it's an Alan Meyerson technique that I heard about. And they used it on their... they used it on the LA studio drums, which I use every now and again, which is good. It's like really clean and punchy. And what it does, it just kind of takes away that flam. When you spent those glorious days at Air, what was something you learned about sound or mix miking that you took away, experienced massive bonus? It was mostly about how things fill the room. Hang on. Let me find it. I think I recorded a video at Air from the balcony with just my microphone. And I actually want to show you that because it shows you, because I'm recording it from the balcony, it's just up high. It's a way to see how the air moves up there. It's actually a good video. By that, I mean they played it well, not like I'm bigging myself up. Not. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. It might take me a second. Videos. They changed the way that the YouTube layout is, so it takes me forever to find stuff nowadays. But so how long would you say a delay would be between? Oh God, why do you always have these? Yes, Boyvert. That's your new name, Boyvert. So, how long would it take, roughly, to get from a close mic to a room mic that's like, I don't know, 20 feet away? Like 10 feet away then. 10 feet away. What am I looking for? I'm looking for orchestral stuff. Come on. Anything in that video I could use to make an IR? I thought about it, but I don't think so. Right, here we go. This is quiet, I think. So this is my session here. So what I've done is I've set this thing, set this little gadget up on the balcony, which is a Zoom it's a Zoom Q2N, which is basically a H2N, which is their portable recorder, but with a GoPro in the front, built in. I don't know if you can see that in the reflection. I don't know why I'm on the small screen. There you go. So it's basically a Zoom H2. It's got like a little... I'm going to turn on. It's got a little back window. So, yeah, and it's got like the mic stand and stuff. So you can just set this. It's meant to be for recording like, what would you say? It's meant to be for recording band practice and things like that, right? Anyway, I set it up on this. So it's got good quality audio, but listen to the air in the room. Right? Might have to turn it up. No, this was that Mongolian stage play, Legend of the Warhorse. The soundtrack's on Spotify actually, under a different Daniel James. Fucking hell, Spotify. These guys were so good. So, right now the air's coming out of these guys, right? So air's going out, and when these guys come in, noise. The more people that play, the more you feel the room. It does get a little bit more complex than this. This is like the slow bit of the song, but yeah. Just your chords, you know. Bit of voice leading. The bassists hated me, I think, because they all had to bring their little clips because I kept writing low C's. Is it low C? Low something. Can I show you the song that's from? Can I quickly show you the one that's from? Please. Let me show you because I like that one. So that was it. I actually mixed it in with some of the synth because it is a small section. Is it this one? Yeah. So this is the sound but mixed. I'll put the orchestra up so you can feel it. But so that's the bit you heard, but then it turns into this. Gets bigger. This bit. Really? Just da 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 da? Yep, da da da. I always crack up with that. Because it goes, I mean, there's big and then there's that. That isn't even my favorite. Hang on. I know most of you guys have seen these, but for those who haven't, I do actually have some more video footage from that session. I will show you that. We will get to the things in a second. Strings from the floor level. Do we have the full version? Do we have the double bubble? I watched The Gentleman. Have any of you seen that yet? The new Guy Ritchie movie. It's a comedy. It's straight up comedy. Recorded a vlog at the fly on the wall. Okay, that one. Right. So here was another video that never actually went live. Pull it up. Okay, so here's another one from the ground level. Helps if you turn the volume on. Don't know why it turned off, but yep. Right up them cellos. This guy's so mad, look. He's like, couldn't you give me something good to play? So it was a nice little line, as you do. God, my recommendations are all over the place. And then the other one, let me show you. What's that song? Do you want me to play it to you? 1 second. It's on Spotify. I'll post the link if I can find it. The Legend of the Warhorse. Legend. The Warhorse. I actually made the front cover. I made part of it. I made it. I forget what I did. I made it look good. What was that one called? Is it this one? No. No. They renamed them all. This one. So that's what these guys are playing. This is the song. This is not them playing it. Fuck, I forgot about this album, man. I'm proud of this album. I'm not proud of many things. I like this album. Look at these recommendations. I posted the song in chat. I got a recommendation for myself. I can be pretty too. I can write pretty music too. Right? I can write pretty music too. My favorite one. Like the thing is that now I'm on this hybrid wave trip and I think I'm doing okay at it. I don't think I'm like the greatest at like any form of electronic music, but I think I'm getting okay at it. Same with guitar and singing. I'm not great, but I can get what I want. You know, I can get how I feel inside out in a musical way, in a way that I like, which is good. So I can always improve on that. But one thing I like to do is like, I listen to these albums and I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, because I often get like anxieties or something when I get a project. Like if I was to get an orchestral project now, I'd probably feel an anxiety like, oh, I don't know how to do orchestral. But then I listen to this and it's like, I do know how to do it. It's just I have to get my mind back in that headspace, because that's what it is right now. I'm in such a kind of cyberpunk synthy orchestral crossover, you know what I mean? And vocals and guitars. Like my mind is in a completely different headspace to where I was when I wrote all this, really, really dense like orchestration. Well, it's not really dense, but you know what I mean? Like this really orchestrational musical thing. And I love it because I'm proud of it. And it means forever I can be proud of it. I can look back, you know what I mean? No one can ever say to me, yeah, but have you ever done a real orchestra? Have you like I have my portfolio ready to, back up my arguments. My favorite one off of that album, by the way, is actually this one. I'm going to fast forward it to the exciting bits. I always just write music of how I feel inside. I'm very grandiose inside. You wouldn't expect someone that looks like me to write this. Not yet. And then this end section, which has more sustains than you can imagine. So let's suspensions, listen. More suspensions than an inner London public school. Everything's got a suspension. Yeah, it was a lot of suspension. Well, the note was, so the character will be suspended in the air. So if you can give us some feeling of suspension, I was like, everything's suspended. Just a couple more from that, and then we'll review your tracks. So I also got to record vocals for that one. Mongolian dude, no idea what he's singing. For all I know, he could be like an overt racist and he's singing about how much he hates certain people. I have no idea what he's saying, which is always risky, but I've been assured that it's all good. I don't speak the lingo. And so like they handled the lyrics, but I built the song and everything. No, I've never seen the play. Yeah, the thing is, I have no idea what this guy's saying. Could be having a go at his government, for all I know. This is Laura, by the way, Laura Conway. Great friend of mine. She sings for me all the time. She's really good. Bit full on there, Hal Valley. It's a bit much, Gotta get them sub basses in. You're old enough to drink, Hal Valley. Be careful. Don't get started too early. Man, there was like a note he was singing that he held for so long, but it's funny because like we wanted to go to the next chord, but we were holding it for so long. Like it builds a cool tension. You don't really notice it, but you feel it. Listen to how long it all kind of holds before it goes next chord. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it pulls you into the next. Like you're waiting for him to release, even though the chord goes. I love it. It settles into the next chord so hard. And then this last one I'll show you from the album. Oh my god, the people fucking hated me. They hated me because I wrote like 16th lines that has hand change positions. I didn't know this. I know this now, but like don't write string passages that have hand changes if you're doing it at 160 BPM. They don't like that. They're not a fan. However, most of you know this. The version I'm playing you, right? The version I'm about to play you is actually it was their first take. And like they did another take and stuff, which was okay. But this one, when they go to that, it's funny because you can tell the point where they go to the hand change, where they go to the hand position change, because it sort of breaks up. So it's like everybody's in sync. These are London players, by the way, and they are fucking in time. So and then when it gets to the hand change, they all kind of split for a second and the sound kind of blooms outwards. It's when they go up at the end of a run, you'll hear it. But as they go up on the end of the run and they all separate, listen to how like it actually sounds good. Like that, they've never seen this before, by the way. So when you listen to how fast this is, they looked at a piece of paper with this written on it, and they fucking played it first time. Listen to this. Not this one. This one. Okay, not yet. 1 second, dog. Hey, come away. Okay, wait, hang on. I've got to go move the dog away. She'll bite someone. Dog was going for something. Right, so yeah. So this last one, 160 beat per minute, 16 minutes. Listen for when they go up when they get to the very top of their run. Listen to how they kind of break formation, but it sounds cool. Yeah, we had to make it sound like they're riding horses. That just looks like so. Here we go. Here we go. It's like, ooh. It's like they loop downwards. A cool idea, by the way. So what? Like one of the problems with that project, by the way, was that like I would get a piece of music that says 6-minute action piece needs to have a theme, and that would be it. Like that would genuinely be it. And when you get that, sometimes you're like, fuck. Like, how do I keep it interesting? Because obviously I'm not writing to picture. It's a stage play. So it has to kind of feel like it's timed. So it needs to have some accents and some rhythms that they can kind of do their show around. But at the same time, I can't be specific. I can't hit individual hits. And one thing I realized worked quite well is so I have a melody that says da 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 da. It's not very memorable, I imagine. But anyway, so instead of playing it full time, what I did is I was like, okay, I need the time. So instead of playing this theme full speed, why don't I half time it, but make the halftime version of the melody work with work with the up tempo thing. So if you listen out for it, I play the main theme, but what I'm actually doing is playing it halftime, like the actual melody's halftime, but building around it. And that allows me to extend how long I can use that theme for without it getting boring. Because if I was to play it at its normal speed, I would have to play it twice in the same amount of time and by that time, you're kind of getting bored of it. So we played it. So these are like the accents to things I don't know. So theme. Full speed. So that's what a theme sounds like when you play it full speed. Right? It's just going down forever. Right? But then we have an interlude, right? And now we play that same melody again, but we play it half speed, but keep everything going fast. And listen, it just kind of makes everything feel like emotional. I don't know why it worked that way, but it worked really well. So it's just half time, but same tempo. Anyway, just a fun little thing we did I thought I'd mention. But anyway, did Jake mix this or just record it? So how did this one work? So this was a project we did with Klaus Budolt. So Klaus brought his own orchestrator. We used Klaus's orchestrator. We recorded it Air, Jake Jackson on the mix. They did a desk mix, which is basically like they did a rudimentary mix or whatever. But the funny thing is those mixes were great. So I used those. And then I just augmented with the extra bits. Like they did a mix in the at Air while they were recording it. They're like, this is the blend that we're hearing in the room. And so most of the time, that room mix, I think it was supposed to be a guide, but I used them because they sounded great. And then I mixed them into my sample sessions. Obviously, I pulled a lot of the samples down. Not all of them, though. Pulled the samples down and made a hybrid version of it. And the hybrid version, like the versions you heard are not purely orchestral. They're orchestral and samples because as you saw, we had 30 something players, not like 100. So, we laid them in to fill it out, get the space. But the thing is once you put a live orchestra over samples, the samples sound like live orchestra because you stop hearing the live orchestra fills in all the mistakes that you would hear with samples, like, not great reverb, not great release tails, things like that. It just fills that gap in and your brain just accepts that the fake strings are part of the real strings because it can tell the real strings are real and it just assumes that the other ones are as well. New output plugin been showcased. I haven't got that yet. I didn't know there was a new one. Right. Stream tray review. Nice piece of knowledge time. Thanks. I'm going to try that. Do it. Anyway, so let's do your hybrid waves. Right. So if you have submitted a hybrid wave track, if you've got one, post it under the line in the chat room. I'll load them up now, and then we'll go through them. We'll pick a winner, and they can win. They're in for a chance of winning a copy of Man Eater on PC. That's what I have to give away. For those of you who don't know, I wrote the music to a new video game, Man Eater, as well. There's such a meta roundabout way, right? Okay, obviously there is. I've already got yours, Clay. Don't paste it more than twice. Oh, what was I saying? I was saying something. Now I've forgotten. What was I saying? Fuck. Anyway, sure it wasn't interesting. I was saying something. I forgot it because people clicking. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So yeah, I've only got copies. I've got copies of Man Eater to give away. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I did work on the newly released PC game Man Eater. That's my new gig. It's my new thing we're promoting. Album out now on Spotify, by the way. I think. Oh God, I think this is the link. What would it be? It'd be like here now. No. Here now.com. I got one of these like one pages. You know what I mean? So there you go. There's the soundtrack. Go check that out. Make sure you guys, if you want to support me, you don't have the money to donate, or anything like that. That's fine. But if you want to feel like you support, go listen to the soundtrack. You know what I mean? Like I get like 0.0000017 every time you listen. So, I'd really appreciate it. I would really like 0.0000017% of a Pepsi Max. So if you could do that. Shark lives in the river. Yeah, that's funny because that video, The Shark in the River, is almost at, by the way, are there any more entries? Is that it? The Shark in the River is almost at like 100,000 views. And that's what, in a week? It's like almost 100K. I mean, it's going to fall off. Like that's what it's going to be. Yeah, it's at like 96. And it's like, it's not going to get much higher than that because it, obviously it had a boost when the game came out. That's the point. But what I'm hoping for is that like now it's there, whenever there's like a sale or a giveaway or it ends up, like on, I don't know, if it ends up on, it's going to be on Steam's, isn't it, at some point down the road? I don't know that for a fact, so don't quote me on it because it's on Epic Game Store, isn't it? But like if it ever ends up on another platform or when it comes out on Switch and then people get into it. The thing is it's a catchy song. That's the point of it. And so like a lot of people just want to get it and listen to it a couple of times. It's just everybody hears wrong lyrics to my things. It's because You know, I always had like lots of effects and stuff. The way I do it, by the way, just to explain that, don't worry, we're getting to the tracks. The way I do it that way is when I'm writing a song, like song, not, you know, like a orchestral piece. Like if I'm writing something with lyrics, I tend to leave the lyrics and that stuff later, but I want the vocal melody early. You know what I mean? So I don't fret over what I'm singing, but I do fret over the line itself. So a lot of the times I sing phonetically, which is just singing nonsense words, like not even real words, just syllables, vowels, you know. Like Shark in the River probably started, but I got on me. You know what I mean? It probably started like that. But because I get the vocal line, when I listen to that, I know what it means. But also, when I do sing actual words, I manipulate my voice beyond sounding like my voice, because I'm sure you guys are the same. I fucking hate my own voice. And when I hear my own voice in a track, I'm distracted by my voice. So I either pitch my voice up, I pitch it down, I put some vocal synth on it or whatever. I make it not sound like my voice so that I can listen to it and not just hate it because it sounds like me. So that is actually me singing. But, you know, it's got manipulation to my voice. But one of the downsides of manipulation is you lose a little bit of enunciation, just a little bit. Like when you know the lyrics of Shark in the River, you can hear Shark in the River. When you don't know the lyrics Shark in the River, who have we had in the river? We've got wrong lyrics, all sorts. We've got John lives in the river and a wounded knee. Maybe together they set me free. Deshaun lives in the river and he's coming after me. Like I'm just reading through some of the like misheard lyrics that they've put in the comments, and I'm fine with it. Like the thing is, from a purely like non-commercial aspect, so like legal aspects aside, like there's no legal ramifications to this. Like if you mishear the lyrics, if the lyrics you sang mean more to you than what I sang, then just keep your lyrics. That's fine with me. You can keep your lyrics. They're not the official lyrics, but they're the sanctioned lyrics for your personal use. Right, Gaz, we'll listen to this one time. Right, we listened to a bit of this already, but okay. This is Gaz's version of it. Gaz has given us a... so aggressive. Needs more 8-bit.
Look at them teeth.
If you'd have put an it'd be like that track that Brian Tyler did for Tokyo Drift. It's like Megalodon or something like that. Does anybody know the track I'm talking about? If you put that under that, it would work. Almost like badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, but except cooler. Like that's what the Brian Tyler thing does as well. It's that, which is the badger, 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 mushroom. It's that beat. Badger, 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 mushroom. Nice breakdown. Although I am a little bit of a narcissist, Gaz. I'm a little bit too quiet in this mix, mate. I should be sitting on top like a king. Like a fucking king.
Take everything I got.
Nice build at the end.
Got us some dinner coming, boys.
That was so dramatic, Gaz. I love it. Although I would turn me way the fuck up. Like, I am clearly the most important part of that song. By the way, I'm joking. I've lived in America too long. It's the hubris. It's starting to work. It's working its way into me. It's getting in between the seams. It's getting through the cracks. I'm British, so usually I don't big myself up. But I've been in America. They love themselves. They love themselves. And I'm starting to love myself too. Right, yeah. So Brian Tyler is your favorite composer. Don't get offended. Trust me, that doesn't offend me. I love Brian Tyler. I think he's amazing. I love the Black Flag. Da, 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 da. Sorry, I'm trying to get comfortable on this fucking chair. Do 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 do. I feel like this probably wasn't an entry. I feel like I've loaded up a video here. Wait, what the fuck? And today I wanted to actually talk about something. I look so fucking different. What happened? What happened? What happened? Anyway. It's quite exciting for now. Chin in. Center. Yeah. No trumpet next one. Right, I just want. Remember, I wanted to show you the brass. These guys. Seriously, like I know it's inappropriate. If there's any children, just cover your ears. When I heard brass playing my music, playing brass chords of my music, and I was in the room and in front of it, I literally almost had an orgasm. Like, and I'm sorry that that's inappropriate, but I mean, like, I felt a degree, I don't know what you would call it. It was like a feeling, like all the hair on my neck stood up, like my spine tingled. I genuinely thought I was going to desecrate myself in front of these poor gentlemen. But just listen to it. No, I mean like a full-on... Now, people don't know this. And it's actually quite a serious topic. Quite a serious topic. So, you know, like, you should keep this to yourselves, keep this amongst the group. But, you know, something I should tell you is that trombone players and French horn players, they're very tribalistic. Like, they physically have to keep them separated, because if they were next to each other, someone would get stabbed. I'm not sure what it is. I'm pretty sure maybe Mike called Dave's wife a slag or something. Maybe he was just being totally inappropriate. Maybe he was just being a complete arsehole. But they've dug in, and they've decided that they cannot put trombonists and French horn players together, because, you see, like, the disagreement, it was a simple disagreement that got out of hand. Trombone players were like, no, you point the horn towards the room. It fills it out. And the French horn players are like, no, I'm the most important thing. I point the bell towards my dick. I stick my hand up it, and I control the sound manually. And they're like, fuck you, Dave. And he's like, how about you come over here? And then he twatted him with a trombone. And since then, they've had to keep them separate with a full fucking stage in between. And, you know, like, I didn't even want to write for trumpet. I didn't want to write for trumpet, but we had to get security in. So these two here, they're playing trumpet, but at the same time, you know what I mean? They're there just to kind of keep the peace. They're sort of like referees. We had to get two of them. We didn't hire a tuba player. He just turned up. I think he was bored, so we let him in. But anyway, serious notes. Holy shit, Dr. Pfeffer. That is what it's called from now on. Alex Pfeffer, Dr. Pfeffer. Everybody, it's now been changed. Dr. Pfeffer. Yes. I don't know why I never saw that before, but that's what it's called. Okay. I didn't mean to go back down this video. For those of you who want to watch that, that's 40 minutes long. If you want to watch how that orchestral album got recorded, there's a whole fucking thing there. I'll post it in the chat room for you. You know, so you can watch that later after the stream if you want. But yeah, that's 44 minutes of just behind the scenes of me recording. It's not like put together or anything. It's just like B-roll, all the things we filmed, put together. So it's literally just like, it's like old school DVDs. Do you remember before they started making documentaries of how the fuck they made everything? And it used to just be some dude had snuck into like the meeting room with like a handheld camera, and that was the behind the scenes. That's the kind of behind the scenes is. I watched you live when you were live stream from air. I remember I got told off by Jake because I didn't understand, because I was streaming live, I couldn't film the people playing the music live because that would have required a different license. That would have required a performance license. I can record them after the fact, like I can record them and put them after the thing, but live performance actually comes with a different fee. And I started lifting my MacBook up and Jake was like, Dan, just come here a second, Dan. Stop what you're doing. And he wasn't mad. He was just like, yeah, and he explained to me that you can't record them while they're recording and put it out live because that's actually like a live performance. And it requires a completely different musical license. I was like, oh, let's keep this down here. But we're allowed to record the sound because we're in the, like, I own whenever they record it, I own the recording. So the second it's recorded into the room, I own it. So it was okay to record in the room, but it's not okay to record. So basically, I can record anything that comes after the microphones. Had I recorded them in the room, my microphone would have picked up sound that wasn't part of the recording and therefore not my property. Does that make sense? I know it's just literally air, but if I'm capturing air that isn't captured by the microphones, that doesn't belong to me. Any of the extra air that goes into the room and not picked up the microphones is owned by the people playing it, I assume. Because you can't record it, otherwise they need a live you need to pay a live performance license, and you know, obviously I didn't want to do that at the time, so I kept the camera on me, and I hope you don't mind. Right. Okay, what we got here? Right, so now we're going to go over some hybrid wave cues that you guys have been submitting. So if I remember correctly, what I did is I set the chat room a task, a hybrid wave track, was it? I believe it was another hybrid wave track. So if I remember, we had some things that it had to have. So it had to now have a bass guitar was one of the things. Someone tell me what the rules were. So it was a hybrid wave track, and then they had 1 week to write a track, and then in the second weekend, they had 2 weeks to write it in total. But on the second weekend stream, I gave them notes, like really poor notes, like a director would give them. Right. And one of them was it had to have a bass guitar, it had to have vocals, and it could not be longer. Thank you, Brumpf. And it couldn't be longer than 2 minutes 35. Right. That's the rules. So if anybody breaks the rules, like, they don't get to go in. So you guys will judge that, because this is, yeah, these are the notes. And the point of doing this, the competition this way, is it's helping you guys practice. Because when you get out in the real world, you will write cues that you fucking love, and you think this is the best thing I've ever written. And the person will go, actually, can you throw like a, you know, I don't know, a charango in there? Can you throw a bass guitar in there? Can you sing in this? Actually, it needs a vocal. And they ask, like, you know, it's their prerogative. They can ask for whatever they want. They're a client. You can choose not to do it, but like, then you'd lose the job. But I'm saying they can choose to whatever they want. But very often they choose it when you least expect it. So the reason I didn't tell people what the changes were going to be is they're going to write a piece of music, and the practice for week 2, the practice part was being able to adapt to the brief. That is something very important to learn. So I'm curious to see how you guys managed. So first we have Clay Lahat. Is it Lahati? Lahati? Lahat. Lahat. Is Clay here? Do we have Clay? I've seen Clay, but is Clay here now? Oh, he's right there. Good one. He's literally the last person who spoke in chat. Right, here we go. Oh, wait. No. Stop playing, Clay. Fuck's sake.
An experimental track for Daniel James's hybrid wave genre. Does it fit? Only Daniel knows for sure. Synth is wave elements. Drums, guitars, and bass are from Renegade's sample library by musical sampling with much additional processing. Sine bass added to the bass guitar for extra oomph. Strings and horns are also musical sampling trailer strings, adventure strings, and trailer brass. Some extra low bones from ADO's 66 trombone sample library. Choir is almost all choir libraries stacked together. Oh, and the vocal is me. I'm getting like fucking 90s rave vibes. I'm loving it. You better hit this hard, Clay. I'm going to hit you hard. That's too aggressive. I didn't mean that. You smashed my face up. It's fine. Love this one. Oh, gritty. Perfect. Perfect use of voice. Oh, that was a nice little... Clay, I told you to hit me. I told you to smack me in the face, son, and you did. You hit me with a fucking freight train. Love them drums. What were they? Was that some U-Jam? No. That was musical sampling, wasn't it? Renegade. Really fucking good. It had one of those... Really good. That was a good one. Really good track. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed air drumming to it. I don't know if that's like a what would you call it? Like a what would you call that? A sign of quality or anything, but I just enjoyed playing along to it. It was fucking awesome. No, really good. That is, shall I tell you why I like that as a hybrid wave track? Because that's going away from the synth wave. That's going more towards like 90s rave and a bit more kind of grungy. I don't want to say Rob Zombie, do I? Rob Zombie bit kind of Rammstein. But the thing is like this fits with what we were saying about hybrid wave, how it's okay to go outside of like the synth wavy stuff so long as it still sounds like you. Do you know what I mean? Hybrid wave is about using all the genres that have ever existed and making them sound like you. I feel like they kind of have to have a beat. I feel like hybrid wave is somehow built around, it's more of a pop aesthetic. Do you know what I mean? It's not just ambient. I don't feel like ambient music could be hybrid wave too as easily as this is, for example. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's tricky. We're still figuring it out, and that's the excitement of it. Because I would class that as like legit hybrid wave, even though it's not synth wavy. Even though it's not particularly orchestral, which we originally were saying that's kind of the combination. I don't feel it needs to be that, because I feel that is hybrid wave. It doesn't have those elements, but it has the attitude. Do you know what I mean? It has that attitude of using the connection. But yeah, I feel like having orchestra in there to some degree is still a hybrid wave element. I think we're going to keep that as much as you can, even if it's just a little element. But really good, Clay. Everybody give Clay a clapper. Or A, like whichever one you want. A seems to be the chat room one. Mine is the clapper, because I applaud things when I like them. Like a trained like zoo monkey, you know? Like I clap on command. But no, that was really good. Like that one, Clay. Good job. Yours has sneaky bagpipes. Right, next we have Unfinished Read Description by Lord Neon. I couldn't finish it in time. There's no vocals, so feel free to skip. Last part was supposed to have an epic speech. Also, I'd like to deeply apologize to the whole community
for no pufferfish. Sorry about the cheesy synth brass, though. Okay, so you've really set this one up. But anyway, here we go. Lord Neon. No vocals, so this one won't count, but we will listen to it. You see, like, and I know that sounds unfair, but the point of doing the brief is to train you for the situations where you end up getting changes that have to be done last minute. And I understand you don't all have the time, but to keep the competition fair, I can only accept entries that did the actual changes. Are you guys okay with that? Like, we'll still listen to him. But we can't consider it because the point of this competition was the changes. This is like holding a competition. I don't know. Let me think of some hypothetical. This is like me running a competition of like a dark, gritty, I don't know, synth wavy type TV show about robots, and then getting you guys to score it seriously, and then choosing, I don't know, like an 8-bit track, like an 8-bit dancey track as a winner. Like, you know what I mean? It's just not coof. So instead, like I'll try and keep it so that we sorry, I'm so facetious. I'm a cunt basically. But anyway. I love the retro intro. I actually really like that. Fuck yes. I'm just going to say, please finish this track off, but like in the bass, your bass guitar is going doom 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 doom. Just get a sub bass that says like a really deep one. You know what I mean? Because you've got so much room down there. You have so much room down there to double that bass line. You've got a little bit, but like you've got so much. It's like you're at the bottom of the tree, but you're not using any of the roots. Do you know what I mean? Like you've gone to the bottom of the tree that you can see, but there's still some more sub down there you can play with. Oh, it comes in later? Okay, fine. Ignore what I'm saying. I'll talk as I go. Okay. The last time I pause, I will try to talk. How's the balance between my voice and the music, by the way? Because I realized like you're saying that the sub comes in, so I'm giving you critiques for things that come in later, which are irrelevant. So instead, I'll talk over it while, the balance is good. Okay, fine. Okay, I apologize. I won't pause them anymore unless there's something really specific I want to say. But anyway, here we go. Okay. This is cheesy as fuck in the best way. I love them little stops. So first off, dude, finish that. That's really good. Also, secondly, this track makes me exceedingly happy. Do you know why? Because this is the track, like now that I've heard a few, like Hybrid Wave is real now. Like it was a thing we were fucking around with, but now I think it's real now. Like I'm listening to your tracks and we're all kind of on the same page and we're all writing great music. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Hybrid Wave is real now. By the way, make sure you're all uploading your Hybrid Wave tracks to YouTube. Because someone has made a Hybrid Wave YouTube channel where they make a playlist of all the tracks. And the more we get up there, the more legitimate it is and the more you guys get to have fun doing this shit. That was really good. By the way, can I just point out, I know that I was a dick because I said, oh, you need to put sub in there, and then you had sub in there later. I just want to point out that, like, I'm at least thankful of the fact that I pointed out, my ears pointed something out to me that turned out to be correct. Like, even though I was a dick about it, like, the fact that I noticed the issue immediately, at least my ears are still functioning, even though I'm not feeling great. That was positive for me. But that was really good. Everybody give Lord Neon a clapper. Was that Bromf? Everybody give him a clapper. That was really cool. And genuinely, this is like Hybrid Wave feels like it's becoming a thing because, and I'm not just saying that because like this track made me emotional or something. It's because this track is Hybrid Wave, and it's Hybrid Wave without me having to direct it. You know what I mean? Like Hybrid Wave before was me saying, oh, it's more like this, more like that. But like the past few tracks have all felt Hybrid Wave without me having to really kind of say anything about it. Like the people who are working on these things, particularly the ones in my Discord, I love the way you guys are helping each other out in my Discord. That is really good to see, because the thing is you guys are helping define what it is. You know, you're defining what it is, what's good, what's bad, what's working, what's not. And like some of these tracks right now in like, I don't know, 2 years' time, let's say we're still doing Hybrid Wave in 2 years' time. 2 years' time, we'll look back at these and be like, we didn't know what we were doing. Like, I'm not saying they sound bad now. Right now, they sound great, you know. But I'm saying in 2 years' time, we may have a more refined idea of what we want Hybrid Wave to actually be and where it goes and, you know, the things that people tend to do more of and less of. But as it stands right now, I can feel it. You know what I mean? I can feel the existence of it. Like, it's a real thing now. Now we're just making it more refined. Which is what I was saying it's anti at the beginning, because genre is refining. But I mean, we're refining what it means to be Hybrid Wave. We're not refining Hybrid Wave itself. We're not trying to be the best Hybrid Wave. We're trying to refine what Hybrid Wave means, because all of these tracks are hitting Hybrid Wave, but they're not in the same genre. So we're trying to figure out how we determine what is classed and what isn't. But anyway, on to the next one. Right, next we have Bridget. Where are you, Bridget? I don't know why I said it Bridget. I think it's because I read the BRIG first, which is brig, like where you would keep a naughty person on a boat. Bridget, this track is private. Right, that's all the explanation. Here we go. Bass guitar. Sorry, I know I said I wouldn't stop it, but I genuinely thought you were going to do Saduk. I don't know why. I thought he was going to go. Music is a world within itself, with a language we all understand. I thought he was going to go there for some reason. Good use of voice. What's the vocoder you're using? I'm into this. This is weird in such a cool way. This is vibing, man. Hybrid Wave. Dude, that was awesome. That was like the chat said, that was like hybrid wave. It was like psychedelic hybrid wave. It had like an indie edge to it as well. The only thing I would say is at the beginning, this bit here, like don't take this the wrong way. I don't know how better to describe it. So the words I'm using aren't accurate to how I feel. Like the words I'm using are going to be stronger than I mean them. But I can't think of better ways to phrase it. So don't take this as harsh as I'm saying it. Like the beginning bit, I didn't have faith in. I felt like, it felt like how do you say it? Not amateur's the wrong word. I'm not saying amateur. It was just like the drum, bass, and like muffled voice, which is usually like when someone's starting a band or something. When someone's starting a band and they record their first few tracks, they tend to sound like this. And I don't know how to describe it because it's not like, I'm not saying it's poor compositionally. It's just production-wise, it feels like there's not much going on to direct it, and it doesn't feel quite succinct. And I was like, okay, that's fine. But then here, when you get to here, it vibes so fucking hard. And the reason is because you're actually using the space that you're not using in the intro. You're using the boom, the boom, the boom, the like you've got a pulse now, whereas at the beginning, like where's the pulse? Do do do. You know what I mean? It's kind of meandering. But then this grooves. And the reason is, it's what we were talking about earlier. It's like your subdivisions aren't really pulsing. Like, we don't know what we've got, but we don't know what the 16th is. We got the 8th, but the 16th could be swung. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, you need that 16th in there, and later on, you've got it in the bass. And it's knowing where that pulse is that helps make it groove. Yeah, so like even something like a shaker would help this. Obviously, I can't do it because whenever I do it manually, it goes out of time. But like something like a shaker, something that fills those gaps and makes you, it basically lets the audience know what the pulse is so that they don't have to listen and look for it anymore. That should be the first thing you're trying to set up in a song, is the pulse. Is like the tone first, obviously, but then the pulse. Because the pulse is very important, because if an audience doesn't know what the rhythm is yet or what the speed is or something, their ear is listening for it until they hear it. So they're not really paying attention until they know what it is. And I mean, because this is your pulse. It's very 1, 2, 3, 4. And a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a, like it's your pulse at the beginning is straight, almost forced. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. Whereas the pulse in your chorus is 16ths. 1, 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and it's easier to groove when you've got those extra 16ths. As someone says in the chat room, your voice is really good for this type of music. You could add so high mids. You could definitely come up. You're in the lower. It's like the if I was doing it, it's funny because like I know where I would do it on the your voice needs something like this. Hang on. Your voice just needs something like just a subtle like something like that. Just bring out because right now it's where is it? It's over here. Because right now it's just kind of a bit. It's just like there's air in your voice that I can hear is there but isn't turned up enough. And I don't know exactly which frequency it would be. I'd have to sweep it. But it would be something, probably not even that drastic, to be honest. It would be something just like just like where the air of your voice is. And I probably wouldn't even do it like that. I'd probably just like this and maybe a little bit of like upwards compression. You know what I mean? So I'm bringing it up, but not all the way. And then I'm still controlling it. Just something like this, maybe. Not that drastic, but do you see what I'm saying? Just bring out that high end in your voice a little bit, because your voice is actually really good. And I wish it wasn't as buried as it was, because I want to hear it more. You have, there's a song. You guys can help me. So the music video is a baby seeing through a baby's eyes, and everybody's like monsters and stuff. Oh, and then they're in the car, and then it jumps to the band, and they're dressed up all in white like space aliens. Oh, it's really hard to describe. That video is. Oh, what is it? But anyway, you sound like that kind of singer. Oh, I must have it. Do you hate it when you know like every detail about the song except for its title? What is it called? Do I have it in my list? It was like a dancey song, but it's one of those ones that you can never remember. It's not Pumped Up Kicks. All the other good with. It's like one of those ones. Like one of those weird ones. Anyway, moving on to the next. So Rich Whitfield, are you here? Oh, by the way, everybody give Bridget a clapper. That was really good. Great vocals. You really rose to the occasion on that one. I'm proud of you. Proud of you. Right. Where's the next one? Oh no, it's the one that goes do 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 do. What's that song called? Do 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 do. Free falling. Whatever that is, you sing like that. That's it. Right? That's how he sings, right? That kind of. Right, it's a similar singing voice, right? Like, I mean, like the approach to singing. Like, it's if you were to put the voice in a category with someone else, like that's how he sings. It's I don't know what you would call it. It's not mumbling, because mumbling implies like you're not trying. It's like it's like an indie whispery kind of. Or like we used to have one in the UK. This is a different one. But like, what do you guys think of the singers that are like, they curve the vowels? I was with you, and you are you, my you. Anyway, they really curl their. But I love it. That was great vocals. Right, Rich Whitfield, you in? Where is he? No description.
Seems a little quiet over here. Be the first to come on this track.
Fuck. Right. Here we go. Good use. Love it. Fuck yes. Beautiful bass guitar. I need to know where that's from. That's good. I knew that was coming. That's Terminator. My DMCA's. My DMCA's, Rich. That's all right. I'm only fucking with you. I mean, it is the Terminator rhythm, but, you know, it's not their recording. The best they could do is call it a cover. Man, that was fucking awesome. Love the... Okay, few things let me tell you the things I love. Fucking love the voice. The voice is really well done because it's mumbly, but it feels like it's saying something. And so you're intrigued. You know what I mean? Even if that wasn't the intention, like it's the result. And now you should definitely use it as an intention. Because it's kind of mumbling and it's under there, you kind of want to lean in. You know what I mean? It's very inviting. It's almost Resident Evil safe room level music. Does that make sense? Like, it's the room where you feel safe and comfortable, like it's luring you in. Dude, I totally, like, this will sound weird. It'll sound like I'm saying this because I just listened to this, but I was intending to start Hybrid Wave with something like this, just as a preface. And I'll tell you the full plan now, just so that you don't think I'm making it up on the spot. But I've got a contact with. Do you guys? I haven't reached out to him yet, by the way. But like, this is the plan. Not exactly like this, but I was planning to do like an ambient thing, and I was going to have a voiceover describe basically what Hybrid Wave is, like in a poetic way. And now it's going to be so hard for me not to like lean in this direction. Fuck. I've got a connection to it. I'm gonna pay cash money to the guy who voiced Colonel Campbell. Oh, why Paul Iding. Paul Iding. Fuck it up. I'm gonna reach out to Paul Iding, the Colonel Campbell from Metal Gear. I'm gonna do something like that. Not that exactly. I'm gonna do like ambient. I'm just gonna have him put on like that gruff Metal Gear voice and just in a really poetic and dramatic way narrate what to expect from the coming album about it being, you know. But it's such a cool way to start. It leads you in. Bass guitar was on point. Okay, the only thing I would say here, you have two things that sound really cool, and they're both trying to be the most important thing. I would say pick one, and then focus on that, and push the other one in the background. And then if you want to, just have a section where they swap. But you have in the middle, and then you have like this sweet, because I read sweet. You have this kind of distorted synth over the top as well. That's going. It's like up there doing that. Either pull that one down so that what we hear is or turn down the so we hear the. Does that make sense? Just so that we know clearly what we're supposed to listen to there. I mean, you can get away with it for like a few beats while we're in the new section because it's chaos anyway, you know, because you're not going to grip in straight away. Sometimes you do if it's a really strong beat. You know what I mean? It's chaotic. You've done a boom, you've done a rise. It's fine. We can last a while. But then eventually, because I would totally listen to that as just. You know what I mean? And then kind of just change the contrast that way. At the minute, you've got two cool things and you're trying to force both of them in my mouth, and there's only enough room for one in my mouth, and I only want one in my mouth at a time, not two. I'm talking about, it sounds like I'm talking about penises, doesn't it? I mean the idea. I don't know why the ideas are going in my mouth, but you know what I mean? It's like, I can only take one at a time. I can only take one at a time, damn it. Right. Everybody give Rich a clapper. That was incredible work, Rich. Good job. Bit of a dodgy question there. Well, it's all right. We're in Pride Month, aren't we? Is it Pride Month yet? Who's this one? Where are you, Velvet? Velvet's up next. Right, Velvet, here we go. From Within. Oh, wait, has it got a description that I can read?
Part 1. Evil Strikes.
What a mad lad if you are ended up reading this. Hybrid Wave, Synthwave. Ha! Oh, Velvet. Oh, Velvet. Here we go. Cool vibes. It sounds pendulum. I love your background. Okay, I have to pause it for a second because this video's like spooking me a little bit because it's a still picture, but there's something here that's like wobbling back and forward and it's making me uneasy. You know what I mean? Like something creeping around in the darkness. Really cool sound though. Love this, by the way. I like that synth. That's a synth you have to make a decision on. This one's definitely more in the cyberpunk field. I'm feeling it. Hey, Astro. I like that. Cool harmony. It's different. Dude, I love that. Your harmony's so crazy, but in a good way. You know what I mean? It's a harmony I haven't heard for a long, like, it's a harmony that my brain isn't recognizing. But it's incredible. It's like a, like that change there is so unexpected, but it's cool. Also, you had a cool synth in there. There's like a synth you have to. I said it at the time. It's like you have to make a decision whether or not you like it because it's like distorted and out there. But I love it. Like it's got a cool vibe to it. You know what I mean? It's like it feels like it's constantly pushing up at the edge of saturation. Do you know what I mean? It's like every time it goes a little bit loud, it crunches just a bit harder. That's my favorite type of distortion on like a synth lead, where you set the distortion just at the edge of where the loud notes are. And then whenever you get that one hard note that goes a little bit too loud, it crunches. Beautiful. What would I change? I wouldn't really change much of this, to be honest. If I was going to change anything, and by this, I mean, literally, if it was me listening and like, what more could I add? Like, I wouldn't change anything really, to be honest. Like, it sounds great. Sounds like you. Good mix. Good composition. I would probably make more use of the high range. Something like bells, you know, some sort of cheesy DX7 bell. You got a lot of room up there. little way. Anyway, I would just go up in that higher range with like some bells or something, just so then you got the full frequency. But to be honest, you don't need it. It's a pretty dark song, pretty cyberpunk, but definitely hybrid wave. Beautiful song. Everybody give Velvet a clapper. Beautiful song. Right, we're on to David Chase. That's going to be one of those names that I've pronounced horribly wrong. But unfortunately, I was brought up in working class England where everyone was called Dave. Dave and Gary and Bob and Charlie and Danny. Like we didn't have these extra last names so much. My vocals sucked, so I reduced them to one line and put them over the break quite far in the mix. But hey, they are there. See, playing the system. The neon gods are watching you. Did you spot the pipes? Here we go. My lords. My lords. Liking that. Cool. Like that. Gritty. Yes. Fuck yes. This is fucking awesome. You cheeky bastard. Fucking love that thing. That ending. Okay. Do like the vocal, cheeky, little bit cheeky, just kind of, if I remember right, it was just that was, I mean, it's a bit cheeky, I'll allow it, but that is that is borderline there, Dave. Like if I was the client, I'd be like, where's the voice? I needed voice. But no, dude, that was fucking awesome. I love the theme. Da 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 da. I would definitely like this song is so big, I would give it a big ending rather than a like a fizzle out. Bass guitar and stuff here is fucking heavy. Great mix. That theme is cool. Something about your mix feels extremely mono. Like it might just be my setup, and it could be intentional. That's 100% up to you. But I feel like you've got way more space, like to the sides that you could use. Feels almost like you left a mono plug-in on. Yeah, it's like in this verse section here, it goes mono. Because that's stereo. But that's straight down the middle. Yeah, I think it's because I think you've put like drums, bass, and stuff straight down the middle so that you've got space on the stereo for orchestra and whatever, right? That's what it feels like you were trying to do. But because you don't have many stereo elements, like in the center channel, it just all goes down the middle, which is, you've got rooms in that space that you could even just pan it for while you're in this verse. Because if you had a vocal on top of that, you would then have bass, vocal, drum. You'd have drums, bass, vocal, synth, all down the mono channel and all that space on the width. It would just you can mix in mono. I mean, that's how they used to do it. I'm just saying it's that you've got all this extra space. Yeah, I could eat.
Yeah. Ramen or chicken fried rice.
Are you getting get Soldado stuff? Sorry, my wife wants lunch. Come say hello. My wife's trying to feed me.
I asked them to poke you and make you check your messages, but I guess nobody heeded the call.
Nobody heeded the call. Well, they might have done. I'm reviewing tracks.
No, you were not.
Shall I have? Okay, chat. What were the options? Ramen
or
ramen or chicken fried rice. What do we have for lunch before we continue? What's the choice? Straw poll. Hang on.
Because I can get some stuff from both of those places.
Lunch, right? Chicken fried rice or ramen? Chicken. I put an E in chicken. There's 2 E's in chicken now. Create poll. Guys, do me a flavor. Just do that, would you? Get on there. Let's see what is the. So far, chicken fried rice taking the lead. So we have 2 votes, so 3 votes. Chicken fried rice taking the lead. Ramen falling far behind. 7 votes in. 7. It's gone even. It's even. They're neck and neck. Chicken fried rice taking the lead now. Ramen falling deeply behind. It's going back. It's going forward. We've got 11 votes for chicken fried rice. 8 for ramen. It's growing. But ramen's catching up. It's late game. He's a late runner. He's a late spurt. Right. So it looks like we've fallen on chicken fried rice.
We've fallen.
Chicken fried rice it is.
Wins.
Chicken fried rice wins.
Right. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Anyway, so David, fuck yes, this track. There's a few I've had so far. Like I want to, and you guys, like when I finish my Hybrid Wave sketchbook, right? I'm going to put that out as an album, right? Which is just ideas or whatever. It's going to go on Spotify. It's going to be a thing. However, there are so many of these Hybrid Wave tracks that I fucking love that it would be cool if once that's out and it's all, all my ones are done as well. Would some of you guys be interested in doing like a compilation album? Like doing like we'll vote on the best ones that represent Hybrid Wave and we'll select like, I don't know, 10, 12 tracks out of all of the ones we've done. My ones, your ones, everyone's ones. Find like 10 or 12 and we'll put that out as a compilation album of Hybrid Wave so that us as a community are saying, this is Hybrid Wave. This anything inside of this album, anything goes. Like the one I would submit, the one I would make you, what I would force you guys to have on there would be the Hybrid Wave track, this one. I'd make you put this one on there. That's the track I'd put on there. I didn't notice the bagpipes. Where were they, Dave? Here? By the way, Dave, Speaking of the compilation album, Dave, would you be up for that? Because I totally want this track on the Hybrid Wave album because that theme grooves so fucking hard. Do 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 do. I love that. That is such a cool line. I wish I'd have written it. Down, down, now, 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 now. Such a good line. Well done, Dave. Everybody give Dave a clapper. We'll move on to who's next? From the East by Tailored Tom. I'm loving, by the way, that you guys have completely got this Hybrid Wave aesthetic down, the green and red. A lot of you have done this. It's really fucking good. Right, who's Tailored Tom? Who's Tailored Tom? Where are you? I always forget the fucking names. I need to get better at that. You're here. That's you, is it? How come you guys never use the same names across servers? I mean, I don't either. You know, but I have like 2 or 3 that I go between. Seriously, all of these have been fantastic. Tom, this is going to be the first shit one, isn't it? Fuck's sake, Tom. No, I'm only kidding. But what I'm saying is, like, they're all good. And the thing is because they're all you. You know what I mean? Like, you're not trying to... The thing I like about it, I mean, obviously you are trying to genrealize to a degree. You're trying to put it in genre. But at the same time, because Hybrid Wave lets you kind of get away with anything, I'm definitely hearing a lot more of your own unique voices between you. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I'm loving about this so far, is that, like, none of the tracks particularly sound the same. Like, if I said to you guys, let's do a synthwave competition, all the tracks would kind of sound the same, right? But because we're doing it in Hybrid Wave where you can do anything, like, one's been rock, one's been like 90s rave, one's been, you know, Shark in the River with Gaz doing fucking blowing your eardrums up. You know what I mean? It's like all sorts. I love it. You will now be known as Hybrid Dave. Do it. No, Lord Hybrid Dave. Come on. You're a lord now. Don't forget that. If you write a Hybrid Wave track, you get to call yourself a lord. That's just one of the many arbitrary rules, one of the arbitrary perks that we've added to Hybrid Wave. If you write a Hybrid Wave track, you are a lord of Hybrid Wave. That's how this works. Here we go. I like this. How have you done this? Oh, that's cool. It's got like a... I want a spring reverb on it. So it's like zombie music. Rostinatos. That is so destroyed, yeah. This is going places. You guys will go right up to the 230 limit. I feel like Hybrid Wave is going to be the genre of misheard lyrics. was that at the end? What was that at the end? Just the extreme Tom Phil. Look at it. What's this? What was that about? It's like boom. Beautiful. You had this tone at the beginning on your guitar. Dude, if you rang that into like a spring reverb and kind of calmed down how you were playing it, like that would sound almost like zombie music. It was really cool. In terms of mix-wise, the vocal there, obviously you're going for like that, messed robotic voice. You've got a lot of harsh highs in there, so you could probably just do like either a dynamic or just a straight up parametric cut, like in like the 1000, wherever the fuck that is. Somewhere between like 1000 and 5000 is going to be that. Just if you pull that down, and then your voice will kind of just fit in there without sounding too loud. And also the guitar and the voice are in the same range. So either turn the guitar down or drop it down an octave, or, or get the voice. Because they just clash, and like neither one of them's wrong, but when they play together, it's like they cover each other up. You're not quite sure which one you're supposed to go with. But that's a really cool idea. I get zombie vibes from that. So everybody give Taylor Tom, or Pytox, I guess it is, right? Everybody give Taylor Tom a big old clap. That was a good one. Lovely zombie music. Is that like a bisexual zombie? A zombie? I feel like that's a thing. A zombie. Right. I'm liking the backdrop of this one. Who's this one? Hybrid City. By Camille. Oh God. I apologize. I'm not good with names, but Camille, there's no English word that I can think of off the top of my head that has a YK. Camille. Is that right? Camille? Like I don't have MYK in my vocabulary, so I don't know how that's supposed to be pronounced. I probably should, but I do not. Camille. Just Camille's fine.
Hybrid City, year 3020. The world is controlled by AI corporations. Synthetic humans are being produced for extraction of consciousness. EOC. The next AI robot evolution. But there will always be an opposition, as we found ourselves with 2 AI hunters searching for their next target. Art credits. Samuel King. Download track. SoundCloud.
Oh, that hits hard. You're going to be annoyed when I tell you what today's challenge is, Camille. Love this. What are you using in the bass end here? Oh yeah, it is moving. I'll make it small. What are you using for that? Cool little harp in there. Good lad. Hype too, it's a good one, isn't it? I get the feeling sorry, I have to stop it there, but I feel like hybrid wave for some reason is literally going to be the misheard lyrics genre, because all of the vocals you're always kind of like this, and then we come back around and we kill the beast of our side. Like that's what a lot of the vocals sound like, which is cool. Like I know that not a lot of you are singers. I am a little sad that not many of you took it as an opportunity to sing. But no, like I love what you guys have done with the voice. These talky things are really vibe. VIBE with spaces in between is what you guys are doing to me today. There it is. This is cool. That was awesome, dude. I love all the sounds you've got in here. The thing that you set up really well is you've set up a really good texture. Like, you've got a good soundscape. So even if you took the music out, the way that you're filling up the spectrum with just sound effects and, you know, like things playing like just off in the background, or one that's going, and then they have like their reverb tails and stuff. They're all filling in together to create like this cool 3D. You know what I mean? You've got like this synth over on the right. It's like, you know what I mean? And just little bits like that, particularly if they've got reverb or a bit of, you know, delay or something, they kind of flow off into this texture, this soundscape. They're like, you know, I need to do more of that myself. The drum levels are really good as well. Like, you really mixed them in well.
This is where we come as AI hunters, bring freedom, which is death.
Yeah, you followed the art perfectly. You're gonna hate it when I tell you what this week's challenge is, though. You'll see. Everybody give Camille a big clap. That was really, really cool. That was really cool. That, although, like, yeah. What was the bass guitar? I was struggling to hear a bass guitar. That was the only thing I could think of. No, that's the bass. It needs a bass guitar, is what I'm saying. Like, one of the notes was it needs a bass guitar. Strafe EDM says, never heard of hybrid wave before today, but I already like it. Well, Strafe, that's because we're inventing it. We're creating it. We came to the conclusion, we came to the realization, the epiphany that all genres are made up. You know what I mean? It's all arbitrary. None of it's set in stone. None of it's a set of rules. Oh, okay. If it's in there, Cammy, I'll believe you. Don't take the piss, though. I'll believe that you've got a bass guitar, because it's really good. It's just I couldn't hear one overtly. But if you say there's one, I'll take you at your word. But know that lying to me is an evil thing to do. It's a bad thing. Anyway, so yeah, hybrid wave. Hybrid wave is something we're making up. Basically, it's going through a few revisions, but it's essentially what it's manifested as is it's going to have a beat. It's going to have some sort of synthetic element to it that gives it the wave part, right? The wave part of hybrid wave is like the beat. It's like either cyberpunk or going rock or going synth wave, or, you know, like these usual genres that have beat, right? And then the hybrid is bringing other stuff in. It's bringing in orchestra, which is what a lot of us are bringing to it. We're still deciding whether or not it needs orchestra. That seems less and less, but it's like if you add orchestra, you get a bit more kind of respect because it's the origins of hybrid wave is in orchestra. So if you add orchestra, it's more of like a nod from the other lords. Because it's arbitrary. It's if you write a piece of hybrid wave music, you then have the right to call yourself a lord of hybrid wave because it's all arbitrary. We get to do whatever the fuck we want. So if you write one, you're now a lord of hybrid wave. You can call yourself lord whatever, and then we will back you up. If you want to call yourself lord, like lord something as your stream chat name, and people are like, why are you calling yourself a lord? You'll be like, I'm a lord of fucking hybrid wave. And they'll be like, the fuck is that? And then you send them here and we'll back you up. But yeah, hybrid wave is mostly what it's turned out to is it's anti-genre. Like hybrid wave has some elements which kind of genrelize it, but at the same time, it's more about bringing in other stuff, right? It's about making it sound like you. So my dream of hybrid wave is when people put out a hybrid wave album, it's a bunch of tracks that are not in the same genre, but all sound like the same composer. They all sound like the same artist. Because that's what I want. I feel like too many people spend too much time focusing on what genre something is that they don't give a fuck about if it actually sounds good or not. You know what I mean? They're focusing more time on whether or not their kick drum is kicking at 100 hertz, or if their snare's punching at 250, or if their sub bass is, side chain to the kick, that they're not focusing on whether that sub bass sounds good in the first place. They're not focusing on the notes. They're not focusing on the feel. They're focusing on the technicalities of making it be correct for the genre. There's not a lot of that in hybrid wave. Hybrid wave is more about writing awesome music using as many different genres as you want to, and that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Like my hybrid wave one's got some pop music, it's got some rock, it's got some bluegrass, but it all sounds like me, and it's all got elements which tie it together. They're useful to communicate trends in music, but it's useful to break music down into the most bare elements. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like one of the things I hated. So I wrote a song called 2015, right? It was just about my experience of living in 2015, and it's very much sounds like an EDM song from 2015. Whenever I show it to someone who's a fan of EDM, they're like, "Oh, this sounds old." It sounds old. It doesn't sound. And it's like they're not listening to the notes. They're just listening to the type of song it is and ignoring the rest. Like you could literally, if you recorded a good Motown song today, like if you were to release Through the Grapevine by like Marvin Gaye today, it would still do as well because it's a great song, right? And people seem to forget that. People are focusing more on making the production sound professional than writing a song that actually resonates. That's why I'm liking a lot of this hybrid wave, because I've noticed that a lot of you are going out there. You know what I mean? A lot of you are just going places with it that you wouldn't normally go or that are correct. A lot of you are going out there. You're trying things. You're making melodies, you're making themes, things that you wouldn't normally do in like a synthwave track. Like I think it was Dave's one had like an actual theme melody kind of thing that, recurred that I liked. And that's what it is. It's all about, it's community. It's just about doing whatever the fuck you want, but, kind of having a few elements that we all kind of agree, let's do it sort of like that. So you don't have to do it like a cyberpunk or a synthwave track. But at the same time, you would have to do something that shows us it's hybrid wave and not just something that isn't hybrid wave. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like when it is and when it isn't hybrid wave. I feel like every track we've heard today has been hybrid wave. Would you guys agree? Even though they've all been completely different, they've all got that something about them which makes them feel what we're calling hybrid wave. And that's what I want to chase. I want to chase that kind of freedom. Because, people are like, what kind of music you into? And they expect a genre response. What I would prefer is, what artists are you into? That would be the better question. You know what I mean? Which composers are you into? Rather than what genre are you into? It's like, well, like I like The Offspring, but I don't like all of like that poppy punk. I like Pendulum, but I don't like all of that drum and bass and, dubstep. I like film score, but I don't like all of film score. It's like when people ask what kind of music you're into, it's like, I don't like a particular type of music. I like good music or good artists. Like if the music isn't good, usually there's something to it that makes it worth listening to. And that's my point. It's like, that's what I want the world to start being. And the only way the world starts being somewhere is if someone starts pushing it in that direction. So that's what hybrid wave is for me. And that's what I'm hoping hybrid wave means to you guys, because I'm hoping that you guys are in that same philosophical arena with me. I'm hoping you guys are agreeing with the fact that the question, what kind of music do you listen to, is the wrong question. Like, and that's what hybrid wave's trying to turn around. It's about what artists you're into. Anyway, I feel that is a way to do it. Anyway, everybody, if you did already, I forget if I said it, but if not, give Camille another clapper, because I've totally forgot. Okay, what we got next? Next we have Ramtin. Oh God, got hiccups. Ramtin Didab. How do you pronounce that? Like, where's the accent in Didab? Is it D-dab? Is it D-dab? Like, D-dob. D-dob. Okay. It's pronounced with an O. Dob. Interesting. Anyway.
I only had 3 days free, and my voice sucks.
I love how you guys are really selling me on the tracks before I play them. Matrix synth. So I'm just going to pause it before we get into it. Ramtim, look at it this way. You got one finished, which is more important than you may think. Actually finishing a product is more important than not starting one. Do you know what I mean? Like, finishing a bad product, finishing a bad song is better than not starting one at all, because in the process of things not working, you start to realize why they're not working, and then you don't do that why it's not working ever again. So even like finishing a track is like, you get respect. So like, don't sell yourself short. It doesn't matter if not everything's perfect. You know, we're listening for your ideas. You know, hybrid wave, we're still figuring it out. So no one's listening with, oh, you got the kick drum wrong or anything. All I'm saying is that finishing it, you know, even if you don't like it, even if there's problems, we're gonna figure them out, and you will be better for doing it than you would have been otherwise. Just saying. So it's always worth doing. Oh, that's dissonant. Oh, I like that sound. Saturating the fuck out of that snare. I would bring down those low mids a touch. Like in the kick. I think it's in the kick. Just like the 120 up to 250, I'd check that range. This bit slaps. I'm just going to say, sorry, I'll stop it there. I heard the bass guitar. Yeah, the low mids, one thing to notice is, because I can see just by the waveform that like every now and again you're hitting into the limiter. I would say that kick drum has got so many low mids, it's throwing off your mix. Like, seriously, give that a go sometime. Just pull out. So I think it's going to be around 130 hertz, it sounds like. It's just that low kind of sound. You don't have to cut it all out. Just pull it down a bit, and it'll actually even out your mix a bit, because I can feel where the mix is being pulled back by the fluff on that kick drum. It's a simple mix, and it's a simple mistake to make, so I'm not having a go at you for it. But like, you have a go later. You'll see how much it cleans everything up. Okay, I'm going to rewind a bit. Holy fuck. '90s rave. What's that vibe? 303? Hey, Frostinatos. Oh. that, dude. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to push that. Oh, you get bonus points for sped up brostinatos, for intense brostinatos. That was great. What was it? So for it feels like obvious. Like I'm imagining you're not a singer. Like that's why. But like your voice isn't bad. Like for what you're doing, it actually works. You're kind of singing up here. Cause you're kind of singing like this, which is perfectly okay. You just gotta whisper it and hold it, but do it with confidence. It's when you fall off at the end of words, that's when it sounds like you're nervous. Even though this sounds shit, you just hold it up here, and then I feel to the end you say. Like your voice is already doing that, and if I was singing it, I would do the same. Like you can always like fix your voice later in auto tune, or Melodyne or whatever if you're unhappy about the tune. But your voice is already in that kind of hey, which is like a very airy kind of voice. Hey, just let more air come out your mouth as you do it, almost as if you're running out of breath. Hey, I got the money. But everybody give Ramtin a big clapper. Good job getting your voice in there. You know what I mean? Like you give yourself stick, but you finished the track. You got the brief. You did your job. You did your job. And that is important. Good job, Sam. Good job. All right, next up. Oh, let's have a listen to this one. Pure hybrid wave, this one. No, okay. I'm only joking. All right, this next one, Dropbox, I'm going to... Do we allow drop boxes? Okay, what do we do with this? Who is this? Priot? Oh, wait. Priot strings? Priot strings? Do we have Priot? Are you in the room? No? Who was this? Does anybody know? Who submitted the Dropbox link? All right, we'll move on to the next one until that person shows themselves. Right, so next up... Oh, no, and that's it. That was it. That was literally it. Okay, that was a good one to end on. Right, so I'm going to create a poll. Oh, is that you, Matthew? Oh, you almost missed out, Matthew. Right, here we go. Chill vibes. Love it. I always love that semitone rise. I'm so chill right now. Now let me get suitable. Yeah, it's too long. It's too long to be considered, but we will listen to it. Cool vibes, but when does the hybrid wave come in? Or is this just like a chill track? It's a nice vibe. But is it hybrid wave? Someone says, what do you mean by headroom? Yeah, I'll give someone, look, this is a visual representation of headroom. You see this note here? This peak here? Let's say that that's the limiter. Anything between that point and the next point down that you want to deal with, that's headroom. That block there is headroom. You see, that means that the producer, the mixer, whoever has that much space of volume or gain in order to work with. However, if you are, like, let's say that you're group bussing everything together and you've got limiters or something on your string bus, your brass bus, and they're all clipping at 0, and then you run it into the limiter, and the limiter is just going to be hit like all across here, which means you have 0 headroom. This track has a lot of headroom. You see, like, there's lots of low point. It's basically anything from, let's say that we're in this section here, right, where these low bits are. The headroom is anything from this point up to the top here. So all of that space, that's how much headroom. This has 0 headroom. This has a lot of headroom because it has all of this space to play in. Does that make sense? Sorry, back to the thing. And what's the benefits of having more headroom? If this was slammed to fuck, it means that you couldn't really do anything on the master bus to fix it, you know? If something's a bit too aggressive, it's already squashed to shit, so you're shit out of luck. Whereas if you mix quieter, you have all this extra room. So if you need something to be louder, you have headroom to push something louder. If you have something which makes something a little bit hotter, it goes in and it has space to move into there. If you're already squished up to the top, you can't turn anything up without turning everything else down. So more headroom means you have more room to work in. And then once you're finished, you can always bring it back up to the limiter if you want. But you want more headroom going into the master channel so that you can master it correctly, so that you have more control over the frequencies. It's like, sort of like taking a picture and having the contrast turned all the way up. That's like squishing. That's like squish. You know, like when they record cameras in RAW, you know, and it sort of looks like faded, like it's got low contrast. What that means is it has more information, more data, more headroom for you to manipulate those colors because it has more information for you to move around in, right? Whereas if you put the contrast on 100, the blacks or anything close to black goes completely black. Anything white goes completely white. There's no room in between. There's no gray with which to play with, right? You've got no gray with which to put color on. That's the same as your master bus. If you go in completely squashed already, you're at full contrast, which means there's no gray for you to add your color to the sound. Gray is the only place you color sound. White will always be white. Black will always be black. No matter what, you know, in color, it's the same in sound. It's like loud will always be loud and silent will always be silent. But the gray in between is where you change the character of things. So the more gray you have, the more opportunity you have to adjust the colors. Like, you have to remember, sound and light are the same thing. They're just at different wavelengths, right? Isn't it something like that? They're just wavelengths. That's all they are. It's just one is air moving through and one is like visual light spectrum bouncing around. But they're all just waves. They're all just waves hitting surfaces, rebounding and creating color and sound and all that kind of nonsense. And you can think about sound exactly the way you think about your eye. For example, focus. I can focus on this microphone here. And when I'm looking at it, I can only see the microphone. I can see everything around it. I can see the screen, but it's all blurry. That's not the focus. It's the focus. You can do the same with audio. That's why you can listen to a single conversation in a room of people talking. You can focus. You can still hear everything else, but you can only focus on one thing. So whenever you want to think about music terms, if you're struggling, try making a simile between the audio world and the visual world, and you tend to find that they match up and help you understand it from a different perspective. Anyway, I'm going to keep playing this track. Sorry. Oh, you didn't have the rules in vision? Okay, well, you managed to sneak a sneaky track in then. It's a cool track, though. Right. Your time limit's coming up. Here it comes. That's all you get. I'll let you have the ending. I'm not a cunt. I am. I'm a merciful cunt today. Beautiful. No, it's absolutely fine. Like I don't fault you for throwing your track in. I didn't explain very well that we were doing the thing. It's like the people who have already been here know that we were about to do the hybrid wave thing. People who are here for the first time, or maybe missed the whole thing. I don't blame you. But so that one unfortunately can't be. It was a lovely piece of music, but it can't be included. Right. So the first one we have is Clay. All right. Hybrid wave. Right now I'm just making the straw poll. Right. So we have Clay. All right, Clay. Oh, it sounds like my food's here. Good timing. Clay, and then Lord Neon. Neon, and then we had Bridget. Yeah, I don't know why I was not showing you me doing it, but yeah. Then we have Rich. Right. My dog barks everything. Field. Whatever. I'm going to spell your names wrong. I'm not really paying attention. Oh, I spat on my microphone. Right. Velvet. David. Oh, God, what happened there? What happened there? No, go back. Go back. God damn it. Birgit. Is it? It's Birgit, not Bridget. It's Bridget now. It's Bridget now. I hope that is now her new name. No, it's Bridget. Brigit. Fuck you, Hal Valor. Wait, am I reading it wrong even though I'm looking at it? No, it's BRI. You're fucking with me. Bridget. Fucking hell. Camille. And Ramtin. All right, get in there, boys. So just to go through it, this is Clay. This is Lord Neon. Which one was Bromf? Which one were you, Bromf? It's all right, if you win, we won't count it. Right, this is Lord Neon. All right, fucking Lord Neon. Okay, you can't vote for Lord Neon. Bridget. Or Birgit, or whatever the fuck it was, Hal Valor. What were you saying? Birgit. Okay, if you prefer Birgit to Bridget. Right, here's Birgit. That was Bridget, and then we have Rich. I'd just like to point out my FAQ is appropriately placed. Oh, yeah, he did the Terminator, didn't he? Cheeky bastard. Right, then we have Velvet. Then we have David. David Neon Specs. Neon Specs because, you know, neon specs. Fuck, I love that theme. I really do like that one. This is Tailored Tom. Where was it? Was it here? I'm trying to find that guitar. There it is. Fucking mosquito. Oh wait, no, the best bit of this song. It literally clipped the graphics. I love it. Then we have Camille. Mix of that one's really good. And then Rabbit. Okay, so they're the songs. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. In the meantime, we'll put on fucking Hybrid Wave. I'm so excited to get some of these tracks onto like a compilation. I feel like we've almost got the Hybrid Wave compilation volume 1 already. I feel like we could almost, like, it's almost to the point where if we all did a track every week, we could just put an album out every, like a compilation album out every week or every 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Until Hybrid Wave is, there's so much Hybrid Wave out there that people can't ignore that it exists. Just keep pumping it. You know what I mean? There was so many good tracks today. Yeah, I don't know which one of mine I'd offer. Man, the thing I love about this is all your tracks are so good, it's going to make me up my game. I noticed by listening to all your tracks, I'm not doing the cyberpunk thing enough, because the cyberpunk thing is a really cool sound. It's that, like, you know, it's that really deep sound. I did one that's kind of like it. That's like you know what I mean? One of the ones that's more in that cyberpunky. Cyberpunk tends to have wider, thicker basses, which is usually a better sound all round. But when you're doing vocals, it can like take it. So a lot of my tracks are vocals, so they're a lot more subdued. You know what I mean? They're more like, I don't know, pop song mixes rather than, because my songs sound fucking weak as fuck compared to like, I don't know. Like Dave's one and then my one. My mixes are a lot softer, I guess, but I think because I'm singing, it's more about like making the vocal just sit rather than filling the spectrum. By the way, I had someone say about one of my tracks that the slide synth is particularly sexy. You guys tell me, does this sound sexy? When this song finished, by the way, when I finish just fucking around showing you these things, then I'll read off the vote. So if you haven't voted yet, make sure you're voting. It is very close. Vote for who you want. It's still there. Wait, no, that isn't the sexy bit. Wait, you'll tell me when you think you can. When you what's the emoji for like oh, you know, like the good one. This one, Craigasm. So when you think you hear the sexy synth, Craigasm. Here we go. The sexy thing, right? Well, that's got vibe. It's got vibe. Man, this album, I'm just going to quickly, this is what my album sounds like. We got some chill. That intro synth's just the diva patch. It's got the dog in it, as always. All right. Some chill. We got some groove. We got some groove. And we got some of that. We got this. I've started doing a music video for this one. Who wants to see the concept? Right, and then it goes. Oh, we're not doing that one. We got this one. Definitely do that, Alvala. Got some 2015 vibes. That was the bit you wanted, right? Needs a drop. Then this. I'm excited for this one because you set up that rhythm with the vocal. Again, we did this at the beginning. For those of you who missed it, though, I love this idea, and this will be probably what we do next week, this track. But the chorus has this verse, right? 2, 3, 4, like, and it's like a whisper vocal, like most of you were doing on your ones. So you just go, the air's intoxicated, is filled with lust for blood. You know, that's the rhythm of it, and it's a straight 4/4 rock groove. You know what I mean? But at the end of it, we do the same rhythm. Yeah, anyway, it goes into that, and then project. I'm gonna write that lyric down. This was my pitch to a video game that got rejected, by the way. But this one's legit hybrid wave. It's got orchestra and everything. This needs to be longer. This is a beard stroker. Anyway, so the album's going to be like 10 tracks long, so it is almost album length, although I may drop some and just call it an EP. What do you guys think? Do you think that sounds all right? Do you think I should just finish those ones? Do you think that's like enough variety that it's worth finishing those, or should I drop any? Like, it's hard to... the thing is I'm going to finish them all anyway because I like them. And the reason I started getting into this whole electronic thing is I have some work things coming up eventually that are going to need me to be good at this. So this is, for me, practice anyway. And when I'm practicing, I might as well, be creative, not just practice and throw it away. It's like practice, put effort into it, focus, see what actually works, what doesn't. Because when you're focusing on an end product, you tend to think differently than if you're just coming up with ideas. Come up with ideas, you get 2 bars in, and then you're like, that was a cool idea, and you close the project, delete it, you never think of it, and you forget it, right? This practice, you should focus as though it's an end track. You shouldn't just be doing ideas. That's what this whole hybrid wave thing has turned into for me, thankfully. But yeah, it's a great blend. Don't drop any. Sounds cool enough. It's great, but needs some kazoo. Not keen on the super slow one. Lion, was it? Lion? Super slow one. Skyline, maybe? This one? You weren't into this one? Unless you mean King, which is my pop song, and that's staying on regardless, because I love it. Unless you're looking at this one. I assume you mean this one. Oh yeah, I love this one. Yeah, okay, it's fine if you don't like it. This is my favourite one. I'm into this one though. It's alright, it's a pop song. I wouldn't expect you to, like if you're into metal and stuff, I wouldn't expect you to just adjust immediately. or you're into EDM or whatever it is, or orchestral. Like, the funny thing is, I wrote that as it started as an acoustic song that sounds a lot like Wonderwall. The only reason it sounds like Wonderwall, by the way, is because I'm holding a high drone like you would on a hurdy-gurdy or something. Basically, like when I'm playing, I don't know, like whatever the notes are, but like a C shape, I'm not playing it like a usual C. I'm playing it like you would play a G chord, except with the index and your middle finger just down one. But like, you know, your little finger and your ring finger are down on the bottom and second bottom string. That's how I would play the C. But it sounds like Wonderwall because of that high drone. And it's like one of the for some reason, it's like one of the only guitar acoustic songs that does that so focused. So every time I play it sounds like Wonderwall. It's like, no, it doesn't. I get that it sounds like Wonderwall because of the tonally, but it's like what I'm singing, what I'm saying, you know, it's different. But anyway, again, singing phonetically, but it was started on acoustic. Like, phonetic singing always sounds weird. Yeah, it's an add 9. If I said C add 9, no one would know what that was on a guitar. I mean, guitarists would. Yeah, which is a good point. I'll back it up and start tomorrow. How do I move on? How do I move on into the end where we send it out and bring it back again? I was thinking about doing this one as an acoustic one for the album. Should I? Or is my voice not quite there to be clean yet? You see, the thing is that, like, I know I'm not a great singer or anything. Like, I know the basics of singing, like voice control stuff. Like, my voice is still developing it because I spent so long not singing. So I want to, like, it's singing for me, coming back into singing is like more of a hobby, more of like a thing. And I can't, like, obviously you can't judge your own voice very well. But I don't know if my voice is strong enough clean yet. Like, my voice is strong enough if I put effects on it. You know what I mean? Like, if I put loads of effects and stuff on my voice, it works in tracks just fine. If it doesn't sound like me, like Shark in the River, doesn't sound like me, but it works for the track. But my singing voice, this is my, like, literally, this is, I put the iPhone down here and then played the guitar here and sang at it. So I don't know if it's strong enough yet. Benediction for the ashes, where the dreams are made of ashes. But you see, because of that high drone, I'll back it up and start tomorrow. And then you drop it for the chorus. How do I move on into the end where we send it out and bring it back again? How do I move on? How do I move on into the end where we say I do more than anything? I'm going to be out of time, but I'll try singing. How out of time am I, by the way, to sing into it? I'll try singing before. No, it's phonetic vocals. And now my dreams have turned to ashes. And now I'm drowning all my sorrow. Hoping again for another tomorrow. Here we go again. How do I move on? How do I move on into the end where we send it out and bring it back again? How do I move on? How do I move on into the end where we get out free? Where I'm free. Where I'm free. Where I'm free. But anyway, like phonetic lyrics, but you can kind of feel how they're going to be. Been at this shit for, no, what was it? Been at this shit like it's magic. But Now my dreams have turned to ashes. Yeah, been at this. I think this song's about drugs. Been at this shit been at this shit like it's magic. Now the dreams have turned to ashes. It's something like that. Hang on. It's like, if anybody wants to play it, by the way, it's 4th fret capoed. And then, like that. Here's how you play it. So like an E shape. And then like a G. And then E. And then a G. But like this D. I don't know how to describe that. It's sort of like, so normally you play a D like this. You can't really see. Guitarists will probably know. Normally you play a D like that. But I'm playing it like that. I forget what that would be called. So, because it drags you back to the E. So. Then like a C add 9. E, G. I'm saying the chord shapes, by the way. I forget what they are. Actually, I'm learning guitar. So yeah, singing it would just be like, been at this shit for the ashes. You won't be able to hear it properly, but I'll give you a go. Where the dreams are made of ashes. While I'm burning off my sorrow, I'll back it up and try tomorrow. How do I move on? How do I move on until the end, where we send it out and bring it all back again? How do I move on? How do I move on until the end, where we get I'm free, where I'm free, where I'm free, where I'm free. Been at this shit for the ashes. Now my dreams have turned to ashes. While I'm burning off my sorrow, back it up and try tomorrow. Before we go again, how do I move on? How do I move on until the end, where we send it out and bring it all back again? How do I move on? How do I move on until the end, where we get I'm free, where I'm free, where I'm free, where I'm free. And the other song, it's all right if he doesn't like my voice. I don't like my voice. I don't know why I'd expect anyone else to. Oh, why is that doing that? Can you guys hear that? I feel the heat. I got no soul. And I'll do what you say, and when you say it for the right summer go. I hear the beast, and he says no. And I'll do what you say, and when he says it for the right time to go. And I'll do what you say for the right time to go. Na 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 na. And I'll do what he says for the rest of my go. Na 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 na. I he says, and when he says it, 'cause I don't want to die. Oh, drop me pick. There we go. And now the beast is dead. I don't know what he said, but I do what he says, and when he says it, 'cause I wanna go. And I'll do what he says for the right summer gold. Na 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 na. And I do what he says 'cause I wanna grow old. Na 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 na. And I do what he says and what he likes. Where we defend it all the time. When we begin in all the line, the line, the line, the line, the line. Guitar solo. I feel the heat. But that's called Right Sum of Gold. That was, God, I'm sweating. That was this one, but as an acoustic. No, that's Nirvana. This one. But now you know how this one's gonna go. Do. Because the riff is basically do. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it could work. And they'll be like, dum, and I do what he says for the right summer gold. Na, 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 na. Do you guys like the na, 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 na bit? Because what I would love to do, if you guys are game, I would love to get you guys to all record the na, 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 na. No, I didn't forget it. Na, 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 na. And I'll do what you say, 'cause the right summer gold. Na, 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 na. Yeah, that'd be so cool. Okay, we will announce the winner now, though. So the winner of today's beautiful track. You know what? I'm not even gonna let you guys see. I'm gonna play it. So everybody, get your. I mean, you can just look at the chart, but everybody, get your thing ready. Here comes the winner. Everybody hands up. Is Dave, and winning grants you certain privileges, Dave. So you can share your Twitter, you can share your website, you can share your SoundCloud, share it all in the chat room, Dave. I'll point to it. It'll be forever saved within. If anybody else posts their links right now, by the way, you'll get timeout. So don't do that. Don't try and be cheeky. Dave only can now post links to all his social media wherever he wants to. And also, Dave, if you want one, I have a code for Maneater on PC. video game I just scored. I have one of those left. If you would like to claim that, I have one for Alfie, but I haven't seen him since last time. So, is he posting? Is he posting his links? Did he hear that part? I think there's quite a significant delay, by the way, today from when I speak to when you guys hear it, and then to when I see what you guys have posted and all that. Where can we hear all the tracks? So if you go to Discord, the link to my Discord is down below. We have a, you know what? I'm going to make one. I'm going to call it the Hybrid Wave Vault. Right. Create channel. Right. There's a new one called the Hybrid Wave Vault. If you've ever written a track for Hybrid Wave, get on Discord and only post the link to the music. That's what that room is going to be. No talking in the Hybrid Wave Vault. Only post your Hybrid Wave tracks. We're going to keep it like that. So it's called the Vault. And literally only post the track links. So that now exists. So down below there's a link to Discord. It should take you straight to it and join you in. One of the new channels under music is now called Hybrid Wave Vault. Just throw the link to your YouTube, your SoundCloud, or whatever the specific tracks, and then that way we can all go back in. And here, by the way, here are David the Goalist, who is our winner today. These are all his links here, so check them out down here if you're watching this in the VOD. If you're not, here we go, down here. Check out all those links. If you're in the chat room, make sure you can click them and subscribe and join and tell Dave how fucking awesome he is. And it might also be a point we should definitely put an album of Hybrid Wave on Spotify called like The Winners. You know what I mean? We should have a winners album. You know what I mean? Like an album of all the people that won, you know, so we can look at like these shining examples. You think you can na even if you're not male? Yeah, of course you can. So like the na would just be very easy. I need to make this more intense. Obviously, the verse is going. Na 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 na. I'm out of time. I know. Na 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 na. So you get what the beat is. I just remembered that I'm like a few beats back, but it's like na 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 na. Na 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 na, because that's the riff. Down. Right? The riff is just essentially this. So it's just, if any of you want to play it, by the way, it's just like an E. So like you play in, it's capped on the first fret, but you play an E, right? Play an E. This is really hard to show you. You play an E. Fuck it, I'll just play it like this. You do an E. And then you just move your ring finger up onto the G. And then lift up your middle. So. And then you lift up the middle finger, and then you hammer it back down. But like, to be honest, you're slapping, so it doesn't really matter too much. But it's like, the slap is more important than the notes there, because it like kind of falls mid riff, but the riff is like. Do what you say for the right summer go. Na 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 na. That's the riff you got to do. Put the guitar down. Fuck you. I'm gonna hold on to it for longer now. I'm gonna play more guitar just to fuck with you. This one's for the 1 caliber. When they tell you to fuck off, just don't. Just tell them to fuck off. Just play some more songs Watch them cry. Watch them cry. One caliber. Wherever it is, there is. Don't be a cunt. I'll do what I want sometimes. Sometimes everyone can fuck off. Right, anyway. There we go. Dude, don't worry, I'm only fucking with you. It's a troll. Like, one thing, I don't recognize the name, so you could be new. I apologize if you've been here for a while. I'm really shit with names. But one thing, like, I tolerate most things, but when people tell me to do stuff, triggers that, like, that anti-authority thing within me, you know? Someone says, put the guitar down. It's like, no, now I'm going to sing a song at you. I feel like I was raised that way, you know? Anyway, but that was those. So yeah, hybrid wave, it's been quite a thing, hasn't it? More Dr. Pfeffer. Yes, indeed, Dr. Pfeffer. I think you guys should petition Alex to call himself Dr. Pfeffer. Like, if Alex ever gets a PhD, he will be Dr. Pfeffer. Like, you realize that, right? I think we should push Alex. I think we should pull together money so that we can send him to university for an easy PhD. I'm sure there's not many of those, but we'll give him an easy PhD just so he can become Dr. Pfeffer. What did you highlight? What happened now? I'll do what I want. Oh, it's just me singing. I realize you can't hear the guitar, so it's just me singing mostly. But so yeah, I think hybrid wave now has a feeling now. I feel like we can all. Do you guys agree? You tell me. I feel like we can all agree now. Let me move in close. Hello, guys. Hello. Let me adjust this. Here we go. Let's move in close. Let's get some sweat on this camera. Here we go. We're getting personal. Hey, guys. How you doing? Maybe a bit too close. I can't even read the chat room this close. So I'm just going to talk to you. How you been? I feel like hybrid wave has a feeling now. I feel like we've made progress. I feel like hybrid wave itself, you can feel it, right? That's the point. That's the point. I'll move back a little bit. That is the point. Like, hybrid wave now has a feeling, and I feel like that was the part we had to get over. Wait, where's my hand? I need my hand in focus, but not the screens. Close enough. How was your sleep schedule? I never sleep. I slept like 3 hours last night. Okay, so I do sleep. I just don't sleep a lot. Honorary doctorate, tutorial angle. How are you not overheating in long sleeves? I am suffering greatly for my art. However, you see, the thing is I take hybrid wave very seriously, including its fashion aspects. Adidas is a hybrid fashion. So you see, the hybrid fashion here is bringing in the worlds of both the like the sporty world, you know, like the fashionable world, bringing it into my composer sweatpants. Don't do a doctor disrespect and disappear. Why would I disappear? Didn't he get removed because he's a bit of a dick? I heard. I don't know much about the dude, to be honest. I'm not up on my streamers, but I saw that he got thing, and all the comments were just like, "Good, the dude's a dick." Is that how it was? You tell me. I'm not much of a YouTuber or a Twitcher or whatever. You see, like, that's the thing. Everybody always calls Adidas a Slavic thing. Like, this is what everybody, like, if you I come from like a very working class background. I say that I was working class for a point, and then I was middle class, and then I was working class again. It's a long story. But anyway, when I lived like in a poorer house, Adidas was like the fashion. That was the thing. Like, if you were wearing Adidas, it was like you were showing off. It's the same as like when we were poor, it was like McDonald's would be like a treat. So if you did like got good grades, or, you know, you did something good, or you cleaned something up, whatever, you know, you did something good, something worth rewarding, you were rewarded with McDonald's. So that's like, you know, I have a positive association with bad food. And the thing is that like clothing and stuff, it's associated for some reason with Slavic people. But to me, this is like Adidas zip-up track tops is the most football-looking look that you can have. It's like, and you know, like when I was young, I was a footballer. I wanted to be a footballer. Literally, I wanted to be a footballer when I grew up. I was good as well. I was the captain of the football team and everything. My mum to me one day said, how did she put it? She was like, "You'll never make it. Try something else." Or so it was basically along that line. It was like there's too much competition. You'll never succeed. You'll never make it, or something like that. You know what I mean? It was something like choose something proper to do. So I chose to be a composer. Probably even more competitive. Is it? Nah, probably not actually. Yeah, I mean, like she didn't mean it in a mean way. I think she just meant like, look, you're not going to be a footballer. Fuck off. Just go be go do something else. And I became a composer, which is just as difficult. But luckily, I've managed to make it this way. But anyway, yeah, Adidas to me has always been the fash. But anyway, guys, I'm going to go eat now. So I hope you've enjoyed this stream today. Another 5-hour one. I'm still not feeling particularly well, but I managed to make it through. Luckily, I think it's because we didn't have to do much writing. You know, like, I can sit here, I can talk. But like if I had to do much more than that, I would like feel super ill. So I hope you guys have managed this low energy version of the stream today. You know, I thought it was only going to be a couple of hours, but we managed to do the full set. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you next week. So in 2 weeks' time, it's another competition, 2 weeks. Okay, here we go. So you ready? Next week's, not next week's, and we will have notes next week. So this week's, I've confused you. I'm talking too much. So the competition will last for 2 weeks. After 1 week, I will give you some notes, which will mean you have to change. Like basically, I'm changing the brief as a client would. So the rule for this one, we're going to start it with either, I don't know how you want to describe it, either breakdown or halftime hybrid wave, which is why I was saying that Camille, I think it was Camille, is going to be pissed off because his track this week was halftime. But like how Camille did his. So basically, instead of kick on 1 and 2, kick on 1, 3, snare on 2, 4, kick on 1, snare on 3. You know what I mean? Like halftime. It's not, you see what I'm saying? So that's all we're going with so far. So it needs to be hybrid wave. It needs to be halftime, or at least breakdown speed. Yeah, right? Something like that. But like you can keep the tempo fast, but it's got to have the beat has to be 1 and 3, not 2 and 4. You know, sorry, snare on 3, not on 2 and 4. Yeah, if you've got tracks already in the work, but that's the first rule. Like breakdown, halftime, hybrid wave. So I would like to hear orchestra. Not essential these days. I'd like to hear orchestra. I have a particular leaning towards anybody who uses vocals. You've got a good example from, who was it who did the fucking, was it Cammy? Was it Cammy who did the breakdown one? Someone did the breakdown one. Anyway, the halftime one. Do that. Don't rip that song off, but that is a good example of halftime. That's halftime and very synthetic EDM. It doesn't have to be that synthetic. You know, you can bring in more orchestra, more rock, more whatever, you know, but that kind of speed was good. No longer than 2 minutes 30. That's for now the hybrid wave rule, just because we have to listen to them on stream. If we do an album, I will ask you to extend them. SoundCloud upload is okay. I would prefer YouTube because I feel like YouTube is reaching more people. MBP restriction? What does that mean? Sorry. BPM restriction. No BPM restriction, but it's got to be halftime. It's got to feel halftime. Like, don't put the snare on 3 and then put it at 200 beats per minute. You know what I mean? Because then it's just normal time, but with all the subdivisions changed. You know, with all the subdivisions sped up. It like make it feel like, you know what I mean? It has to feel breakdown, down tempo. You know what I mean? You have to, when we're listening to it, we don't want to be doing this. We want to be doing this. right? We want to be grooving to it. We don't want to be going, if we're nodding, it's the wrong pulse. If we're grooving into it, that's correct. So if we're listening to your song, if you listen to your song and you find yourself doing this, you're doing it wrong. We need that groove that makes you just lean your body into the beat. You know what I mean? So that's what we got to do. And next week, if we're streaming next week, I assume we will be, but when we stream next week, I'll give you extra notes of how we're going to change it. I've got a few ideas, but that's how that's going to go. Anyway, I am fucking starving because it's 5 p.m. and I haven't eaten since this morning. So thank you guys for joining the stream today. It's actually been quite a lot of fun for me. The Buck Off Ballad. Oh, nice. I'll go watch all the clips later. So all the links to, if you want to support me and all that, remember, you can get on Spotify and listen to my albums. I get royalties from that now. So put me in your playlists and all that nonsense. Spread me around. Make sure you're sharing the album around if you can. If you want to do... this is only if you want to do me favors, by the way. I'm not telling you to do this if you don't give a fuck. If you care and you want to help donate, you don't want to donate cash. Like, share the album around. Let people know about Manny and let people know about Hybrid Wave. Do what you can to spread the word. Today's outro music, if Dave will let me, we'll play Dave's music as outro music. Can we play your one, Dave? Where'd I put it? Is it here? Can we play Dave's as the outro music? I'll get permission. All right, Dave. So today's winner is Dave. I'll just give you one last look at his page. So today's winner is going to be our outro music. Thank you so much to everybody for joining in today. It's been a good stream. Hope you had fun. I will hopefully be here next week. If not, I'll let you know on Twitter. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at H2Daniel, at the number at H2Daniel. I always post there when I'm going live. Even if you don't get notifications on Twitch, if you follow me on Twitter, you'll know. I will see you guys next week. Thank you so much. Goodbye.